Turning my camera and my mic off.
Okay. So are we good? You guys are good? Or not 360 no more?
Nope. Not anymore.
We're good? Okay. Well, that was
We're normal.
fun. That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, we're not normal, Deb. We're never going to be normal.
Yeah. Let me rephrase that. I'm normal. The rest of you, I don't know.
The comedians and our comedians in the house. So this True Crime Web, Steve, XLE, I should say retired LE. I always say X, retired LE. Believe me when I tell you I had no pleasure in laughing till I cried at that debacle. That made me laugh. That made me laugh, especially when I seen that alien head that Adam showed me in the 360. I was like,
I got some good ones.
Alien now.
Hilarious.
Anyways.
Hilarious.
I'm gonna start watching Steve's live with my VR headset on though.
All right. Well, that was fun. Not really. I mean, I never raced so fast to create a live.
Daisy said Blaine no longer looks like Papa Smurf.
But Deb, you still look like Daisy. Daisy Smurf. Or no, what was her name?
What was her name? The little Smurfette.
Smurfette.
Oh well. Hopefully y'all got a good laugh out of that. I know I got a headache out of trying to figure out. I don't know how you would turn that off still. I'll have to Google
Honey, we've told you not to play with buttons when we're not around.
Yeah. And Blaine, I put the member thing, the subscribers for 10 minutes, just because you said, because
I don't know.
Yeah,
I must have
I
hit
don't
the
know,
button,
Blaine.
man.
Use me, abuse me, lose me. I don't care. It's fine.
Can we welcome Lewis? Because everyone doesn't know who he is. Lewis, hello.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Lewis.
So we have Lewis here. He's going to be talking about Delphi with us today. It's his first time on a live. Make him feel welcome. Please hit the like. Actually, go ahead, Lewis. You tell him to hit that like and share button if you could.
Definitely hit the like and the share.
Yeah. Or else you're not telling your stories, right?
And you better be following.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's Lewis's first time. Actually, just want to introduce yourself a little bit to people at all?
Sure. My name's Lou. I've been following the case since the day it happened. I stay pretty quiet, but I look into a lot of things. I think the thing is to rule people out as opposed to trying to prove somebody guilty. So that's what I do. So I've got tons of theories in my head that just can't be ruled out yet.
Exactly. And hey Deb, you don't got your avatar on this one. You're just a white circle on this one. And then of course Blaine's here from Extracted Thoughts. And so we'll be doing Delphi in the first part. And there's 69 people in the thing. You guys know I love my 69. Know it. But yeah, so we'll be doing Delphi first, and then we'll be talking about the Trinity Teens. This is the one that Blaine's did on his last live, and this is where I messed up and totally thought I didn't have anything to do on that Saturday, and I was like, "Oh, I think I'll just schedule a members only." Oh, that was a stutter, wasn't it? A members only. But I did watch it and I did read up on it. And do you just want to explain to people at the start of the show here, though, about the Trinity Teens, just a brief overview? And then remember, you said you're going to have special guest.
Yeah. So basically, what has happened is there's been a lot of over the last several years. There's this uh, rehab or a place where troubled teens go, and there's one for men and women, and the girls were getting abused, and the boys were getting abused through this, and nothing was happening, and now they're filing lawsuits, and it's coming to light after several years of these people fighting. So there'll be it's a big story right now, and I think that they need a voice, so that's why I've been following it.
Absolutely. And yeah, so that's pretty cool. And I promise I won't schedule anything on Saturday this time.
It's all right.
But yeah. So sorry, unless I was not listening, which is pretty apt to happen sometimes. Did you say why you chose this one to follow?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I chose this one to follow because I was actually driving to work, and I went to Teen Challenge myself. I went to a place like this myself, and it really helped me, and I was a victim of abuse when I was younger, so I know what it's like, and especially when people don't believe you, or things aren't getting happening. My daughter was molested also, so I'm a big advocate for abuse and teens and things like that, and I just really took it to heart when I read this article.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, Blaine, why don't we start off, if you don't mind, unless Deborah, do you have anything before we get into it? Do you have anything that you wanted to say?
I just wanted to do a quick little update on the Maya Robertson, baby Amaya case. The mother was arrested, and the boyfriend came forward and confessed everything. You can read about it on our Facebook page. And he came forward and confessed everything because the mother was pregnant again. And I think he did not want that to happen again to another baby. So looks like that case is solved and moving forward to prosecution. So that's good, because that little baby's been missing for a long time.
Yep.
Anyway,
absolutely.
That's it. Just wanted to update that.
And what about you, Adam?
I just wanted to say how gorgeous everyone looks tonight.
Especially
that
Lewis
bottom row.
and Blaine. You guys just really got it going on tonight, of course.
Yeah, always.
I
Always,
feel
right?
we pale in comparison to your
Right.
beauty. I feel. Yeah.
Right.
Hello.
And
hello, everyone.
to reiterate what Deb said, Maya Robertson is a very sad case. Chaotic is going to be highlighting it on her show tomorrow night at 9 p.m. For anyone that wants to check that out, Chaotic Beauty. She's been following that really closely for I think it was 2019 or 2019. I think that happened, and this is the mother's fourth child.
I don't remember what the story said, but I know that Chaotic will have a great coverage of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And don't forget about Chaotic's link for the Halloween the Halloween thing.
Yeah.
Adam?
Voice of horror.
I'll find that. I'll drop that back into the chat.
And I want to do, actually, now that you're saying this, I want to do a quick update. I messaged Shirley Mahon yesterday to ask her how Braden is doing. And so I just quickly wanted to let you know that what she said. She said, "Hi, Sunny. We are all well, or we are all good. Braden has almost achieved his GED and has a learner's permit now and is working towards getting a job and has gained about 20 pounds since he's been back home. Thank you for checking up and all your help." So what happened there, guys, Blaine and Lewis, was that there was Stephanie Robertson, who is a follower of the channel, had asked me if we could possibly help this grandmother that was basically desperately wanting to know where her grandson was. He had left home back in February and they hadn't seen him. And when we did that live, it was probably about June, I believe, when we
Mhm.
did that live. And so, yeah, True Crime Web Steve was on, had helped give advice. We were given advice and about how they actually found him. And I want to, I can't remember who it was that said it. Was it Steve that said about the
Xbox.
Xbox? Take the
With Steve,
Xbox
yeah.
in and stuff. And so, yeah, so again, this is what happens when people work together and care for a common goal. And so, basically, the next day, because of that Xbox, they were able to locate where Braden Mahon was. And so, Shirley drove down. It was about, I think, a 12-hour drive, and went and brought Braden back home. We were just thankful that he was alive and well
It's
because
awesome.
as a parent, as a grandmother, just the thought that something could have happened, and that they hadn't heard from him. So it is so great. I like to keep in touch with people just to ask them how they're doing. And just like Blaine and his family and that, and ask them how they're doing as you go along, because regardless, those people have impacted your heart. So I will never forget that because I know because of beautiful movements like this and people helping each other that we can make things happen and we can make a difference. And that always is the most, it's the most beautiful thing to do in all honesty. And that's for me personally. Blaine, you're quite dark over there. Where's your lightage? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. But that's why for me, it's like people like Gonzo, Cop Facts, AWP, even Steve from True Crime Web here. When I see a beautiful heart inside, and even having like AWP on, could care. I wasn't even thinking about subscribers or how many people were going to watch. I was actually quite shocked when the siren kept going off, and I looked up at some point, and there was like over 1,000 people in the channel. It wasn't even about that when I was thinking about it. It was because I admire these people so much. So for me, it gives me meaning to have someone like that I literally think of like my Oprah. I call him my Oprah because
Right.
I think Oprah has a very beautiful heart. I've watched Oprah since when she first started, and I just loved how much she did stuff for people. She used her money in such great ways and still does to this day. And she helps people out. Oh, and just her gift giving that she would do. So when I see people
Yep.
like AWP, Gonzo, for me, this is a treat, a gift for me, because it's my honor to be in their presence because of their beautiful hearts. That's what I enjoy. So yeah, and
Well, you are welcome, Sonny.
well, I know, Adam. I know I didn't mention your name in any of that. It didn't even hit my lips. But
Jean
anyway,
Russell said, "Was the baby found?" And no, she was not. But the mother was charged with neglect, and then they did catch the ex-boyfriend today.
He came forward. He,
Yeah.
like, the reason the mother was charged is because the boyfriend came forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Deb, because I know there was the warrant out for his arrest. So
Yeah, he said she's pregnant again, and
yeah.
so.
okay.
But speaking of Oprah, I just got to
Right.
say this, Sonny.
Oh.
If anyone did not watch the awards, was it last night?
Mhm.
Oprah was on, or the night before. Oprah was on there, and oh my gosh, she's
She's
like
great.
super thin.
Yeah,
Thin,
Right.
looked amazing, absolutely amazing.
love her.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She did. She
love.
looked gorgeous. And True
Yeah.
Crime Web said, I don't think the Xbox did, but Adam did. If anyone wants to go back and look at the video, you can find that out for yourself.
Was it Adam that said the Xbox? I couldn't remember. I was like Adam, but
I only got one
Was
thing right in
it
my whole
you,
life.
Addie?
okay.
I get one thing right, so I got to take credit.
Good job,
Hey,
Adam.
Hi, Todd. Hi, Nicole. We didn't really do any shout outs here. But anyways, welcome everyone that's watching. 123 people at the moment. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Callie, Jill Moser, D. Ashley, a lot of the regulars that come in. Gene Russell, Daisy. I'm just quickly rambling some off here so we can. Well, then we'll get on with the live here
Jeez.
because I already screwed it up enough, didn't I, people?
No.
Aspen Connor's in the house. Peace, not silence in the house. Stephanie Robertson. So this is a beautiful person that reached out to me and asked me if our team could help and do something.
She's
A
the
lot
real
of
reason that he got.
absolutely. This is what's so beautiful about that is that so I said, of course, and then which prompted that and prompted me to ask Steve to come on, and then Steve had communication as well, and it was everyone working together. I absolutely have always believed in being a team player and stuff like that. There's certain things I like to do myself when it comes to like my creativity side, but when it comes to working together as a team, I always at work and whatever. I absolutely believe in that.
Right.
So if you're not a team player,
we blasted his missing poster out. We got it on. Nancy Grace reposted it.
yes, she did. Yeah, Nancy.
So yeah, I mean, we really did. I put it on TikTok, and we all did. I mean, everyone working together. And then again, we did the same thing with Tucker Laws.
Yeah, Tucker Laws. Yeah.
From that
someone asked us.
Derek Farmer.
Derek. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, anyways, oh, I guess we should have our banner up. I was gonna say, isn't that my like PayPal thing? I was gonna say, bless your caring heart. That's why actually I named it that because that was the point. Bless your caring hearts. However, people want to do things or help out, and like I said, our way is to do whatever we can, if we can, right? I know Chris Gideon sends us a lot of stuff to look at as well. But by the same token, we can only do so much, but we're growing as a channel, and definitely would like to do a lot more as it goes on. Delphi case, of course, is our heart and our soul here, and for me, the Suzanne Morphew case, and whatever other cases special to say Deb or Adam that they have. So that's the point. As we grow, we'll take on more things. To be honest with you, Blaine, we'll start off, if you don't mind, with the second response from Ashleigh Garner. So for people that don't know, again, just tell everyone, give them the gist of that you reached out to her on a live one day.
Yeah, so basically we were doing a live, and I got the idea to reach out to Ashleigh, and she responded back. So I've been responding to her and talking to her, and she responded back again.
Okay. Did you want me to pull that up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me just a second then. I gotta find it. That's my bad.
Her and I are kind of building a rapport, and I'm gonna see what I can get.
You gotta be careful there, Blaine.
I
Men have fallen victim to that.
Yeah,
that's what Sonny said to me today. She said, "Don't fall to it." I'm not like that. I've been around the block too many times.
Those boys.
Yeah.
Let me just see if it's this one. Now, Blaine, when you sent that one to me, and why am I not finding it right now? When you sent that one to me, it obviously started a bit sooner than what it said. I was confused by that because the wording at the top was like it was like there was two words and then a period.
Yeah, it was. The only thing you're missing is, well, you went about that all the wrong way, bud.
Okay, so it just kind of cut off or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. And my bad. I swear to God, some of my pictures went missing here because I know that I had it, and now I have to go find it again.
Sonny, are you saying that you might have like not known where something is or hit a button?
No, Would that be admitting I was wrong or something? Silly, like
Well, that's never
I
happened.
don't know.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
So silly. That's so silly. People know
But
me.
I'm the,
better.
I'm the only one on the team that's ever wrong.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not true. See, you're wrong again.
Yeah, I know.
I know, see?
Yeah, I'm just sending it to myself again. There we go. I have it. I've downloaded a lot of stuff, and I'm sure it's around here, but we'll just pretend like okay, just taking our time.
Jump
She's
in.
not going to put no spell on me.
Jumpin' Jack Flash said, Blaine, Halloween's around the corner. She'll put a spell on you.
No,
Yeah, I'll show her my black cat.
because was it no okay because it was after that she said something about December. Do you want to explain that
Yeah.
while I just get ready to pull it up?
Yeah, so she sent me another letter to. So basically, when I read this letter, you'll see that she's japping out, and she's talking about trust, and so in order to build that, I sent her my address and my phone number, and she sent me her address and everything, and she said that she won't be able to call me till December because when you're in prison, you can only update your phone list every 90 days.
Okay.
So she, as long as I build the trust up between now and the time that she can call me, I will definitely, I got my studio up and going, so I will definitely have recorded phone conversations with her.
Okay, let's see. Can you guys all see that? Is that let me just take us off screen for a second and take this down. So somebody, hello, who Sunny 12. Why does that seem suspicious to me? All right. So
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, so you have it in front of you also, or are you going to be reading off the screen?
I have it in front of me.
Okay, so go ahead and then just read them.
So this is a response, September 12th at 11:48 p.m. She says, "Well, you went about that all the wrong way, bud. This is my last. For any of you who didn't catch it, before I go any further, I apologize." She had responded. We did. It was, I think, last Friday, and then she was offended. So I sent another letter while we were doing live, and this is the response from that. She said, "Well, bud, or you went about that all the wrong way, bud. This is my last message credit I've got on here. So there's that. Also, I haven't really decided whether or not what I want to indulge in telling you, if anything. I'm in no way, shape, or form interested in any kind of he said, she said banter, especially if he said, quote unquote, is G. I don't need anything per se. I've got a great support system and got too much pride to ask for any kind of handouts. As for being a voice, I have a hard time trusting what I say about anything, that anything won't be twisted around to fit whosoever speculations about whatever the case may be, especially to people I don't know. I do bad all by myself with fucking shit up. My biggest fuck up was not taking the stand at my trial, not being cross-examined and interrogated to tell the truth with real-ass evidence. Instead, they plugged in a random-ass information where they wanted to make a story and turn my hard evidence into quote-unquote hearsay. My lawyer was shit, and I fucked up my appeal by allowing her to continue to represent me. So being a quote-unquote voice for me is a little bit of a day late and $1 short. I'd say sorry for being a little rough around the edges, but you really hit a sore spot. If you take the time to write me real ass letters in the mail, and if any of it is tangible, I might respond. Anyone can find me on GTL and write me a 5-second message. A foundation to anything starts with trust, and right now, there's none."
Yeah. So there we go. Okay, we'll come back on there. Yeah, so right. Well, I mean, when you live a lifestyle like that, right? I'm sure, I mean, in your own life too, I'm sure, Blaine, right? Like when you live a lifestyle that's, you know, dealing with theft, just all the different things, I'm sure you must have a hard time trusting people, really. Do you? Or
Yeah,
no?
absolutely. It took me a long time to trust anybody. I didn't even trust my own family when I lived that lifestyle. My own mom. I didn't even trust my
because
own mom.
yeah, I mean, right, but so it kind of just goes without saying to me that Ashley, like, I mean, like I said, you've obviously worked your way in to be able to talk to her. She's obviously talking back to you, and see where it goes or doesn't go. She's obviously feeling like she's a victim there of, but yet, um, it's kind of hard to
Yeah,
put
we
her in a
all know.
victim role.
We do. I'm a master manipulator, so.
Yeah, right. So,
Well, that's
exactly.
scary.
Yeah. I see.
In a nice way.
Yeah, in a nice way. I can I can get what I want, what I need, in a nice way without hurting her.
Yeah, So, thank you for that update on that. Okay. And yeah, and again, like I said, and this is just to anyone else. I mean, Murder Sheets does not have it wrong when they put their stamp on their stuff, because Blaine's the one that did the work for this. That's why I wanted to put the extracted thoughts on there, so that if somebody else tried to take a snippet of it, you guys know exactly where it comes from, because he deserves the kudos for reaching out to Ashleigh. And
Right.
because, like, we all wish that Ashleigh would talk. I only wish that Ashleigh would talk like Garrett Kurtz did and Chris Malthus, but I think that she probably is a little wiser that way.
Everyone knows women are a little bit smarter than men.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
But I got taught by a lot of women in the game, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, women have their thing and men have their things, don't they? But
Yeah.
women aren't usually like, I could see easily Garrett Kurtz and Chris Mathis opening up their mouths. Now, Open Secrets tried to get Ashleigh to talk, but she declined. Probably a smart choice, to be honest with you, but as much as we'd like to hear from her. Okay. So other than that, what are you, okay. Lewis, your
Sure.
turn. You're sitting there all patiently. First thing I would like, if you don't mind, whichever you would like, but I definitely want to talk about the phone.
Yes. I know exactly where you're going with that.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Sonny, you're frozen.
Uh-oh.
If there was ever a position to be frozen in.
The bridge conversation.
You're frozen. Now.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. There you go. Keep talking.
Okay.
Am I better?
Much
Yeah,
better.
It's like a little bit pixelated and you're a little lagging.
Sonny, you can go out and Lewis will continue telling
I'll just
us.
refresh.
This is the night of errors.
I think what she's trying to get at is the fact that everyone keeps pushing Snapchat and trying to break down the time between when the pictures were taken and how fast it was taking BG to cross that bridge. And I think that's where the biggest problem is, because most people don't understand how Snapchat worked back in 2017. There's no question that the video cannot be from Snapchat, because the Snapchat cutoff was 10 seconds.
And you had to hold down the button.
Yeah, you had to hold the button. It had to be 10 seconds or less. And really, it was about 8 seconds of video that you would get because of the on-off lag.
Yep.
So the video had to come from the phone camera, not from Snapchat.
Yes.
Now, being that she regularly went out there and took pictures, I really doubt she used Snapchat to take the pictures either, because that doesn't put them into your phone's camera roll. So my thought is the pictures were taken with the camera. They then made it to the end of the bridge, and then she sent 2 pictures up to Snapchat after they both looked at them, which then gives you anywhere from 2 or 3 minutes to maybe 10 or 15 minutes between when they were taken and when she took the video and sent them up. So now you've got a larger time frame between when he was seen on the bridge and when they were taking the pictures at the end of the bridge. So all these people doing the videos and saying you can do it in 3 or 4 minutes if you rush. Well, if you watch that little clip, he's not rushed. He's taking his time. He's walking like he's casual. He knows the bridge. So that puts it at least a 6 to 10 minute period to cross that bridge. So if he's coming from the north side, now your time frame is completely different than what everyone keeps saying. That it's not possible to put in that short time. You now give him a larger time frame to walk across the bridge.
Well, Lewis, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine.
There is an option when, even in 2017, when because I was on Snapchat, when you took a picture,
Yes.
you could hit. There was a little arrow down button with a point.
I'm familiar with that.
And if you hit that, it would automatically save it to your camera roll.
Yes, but
even
most
when
people,
you took it from Snapchat.
Yeah, but most people that are going to be out there taking pictures and videos, it's way more convenient to take the camera, take all your pictures, because you're going to tell me they went out there and it was Abby's first time crossing from the north to the south. We know it's not her first time at the bridge, but it's the first time she's crossed that way, that they didn't take more than 2 pictures.
They took more than that.
I think there are more pictures.
But they only have a timestamp on 2 or 3 that were sent up to Snapchat. So that tells me she was not using Snapchat to take the pictures. She had to be using the camera roll.
Right.
I mean, I could be wrong on that, but the
those are the only 2 she added to her memories on Snapchat.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. But I think you're 100% correct. The video itself was taken on her camera roll.
Austin, I just showed you.
So I mean, if you were a 13 or 14-year-old kid that was out there doing what you like to do, taking pictures, and pictures was a hobby, you're not using Snapchat to take the pictures. The quality of the picture to Snapchat is not as nice either. So if she has an iPhone, she's using that iPhone as a camera, taking pictures, and then selectively picking what she wants to send. And I said that there's no way to prove that unless law enforcement comes forward and says it, but I would have to say that they didn't take just a few, they took a ton of pictures.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with you. There was a way to do that and then push it and save it. But then if you start doing that, your time frame puts you into taking 3 or 4 seconds to take the picture as opposed to 1. And now you're pushing even closer to where they have the video. So what I'm saying is if that picture shows Abby, it doesn't make sense that she took that with Snapchat with the distance from where BG is in the video, if the time frames they give of the abduction being at 2:13.
I don't think that video is taken on Snapchat, but I think
but putting that aside, in order for that to start at 2:13, I really doubt that they took a picture at 2:07 with Abby where she was, with nobody in the background. I said everyone's trying to walk the bridge fast and try to make that 3 to 5 minute frame work, but you don't have to do any of that if you took the pictures with the camera first and then got to the end and then sent them.
It's very possible. We don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also been speculation on as to whether the picture was uploaded at 2:07 or whether that's when it was opened.
Right. Yeah, that's a possibility too, but.
And we've just never gotten the data on that from the forensics.
Yeah, but everyone pushes so hard towards it being, uploaded at that point.
Yeah.
That brings me back to the point of taking the picture with the camera, not with Snapchat. But I said everyone's trying to put all this time and effort into that small section of time, and I don't think they need to do that because I don't think that's more probable.
It actually takes longer to upload it on Snapchat if you take it with your camera and then upload it to Snapchat.
Right, but that gives you time to take the picture and not have somebody in the background, because now you've taken that picture, you've taken 10 more pictures, you've walked to the end of the bridge, and then you've looked at it and said, oh, which one should we send? We'll send this one. Oh, wait, we look up and there's a guy there. Why is he there? Then you start to report. You don't have to break down every second of that and try to make it fit a time frame when that's not needed. I mean, it could go that way, but if you look at it the other way, now all of a sudden there's no rush as to why he's not in the frames, because he's walking way too slow to cross that bridge in 3 or 4 minutes. If you watch people that have done it in 4 minutes, they're at a fast pace. They're not casually walking with a stride like that.
Right.
So I don't think
possible. You may be right. It's one of those things we won't find out until hopefully.
Yeah, there's no way to know for sure. I just think by adding this possibility in there, now all of a sudden you don't have to worry about why he's not in the picture. All these people that say, oh, it's a fake picture. None of that matters anymore, because realistically you could have taken those pictures, walked to the end of the bridge, opened up Snapchat, then sent them, and now all of a sudden your timestamps don't coincide with him not being in the frame.
Very possible.
Yeah. I
Um,
said it's you can't prove any of it. You don't have access to law enforcement to prove that, but you no longer have to prove that tight time frame because now the possibility of another option is there,
Thank
and
you.
that gives you way more time to take the pictures earlier.
I want to address a question that popped up in
Sure.
here. So I think it was D. Somebody said that Doug Carter said no one saw BG, but that's not exactly what he said. What he said is no one saw BG after the murders.
Yes.
So no one saw him leaving. And I've seen several people in different chats saying that no one saw BG, but that's not what Doug Carter said. So I just want to clarify that.
A lot of statements seem to have extra added on afterwards, and then through the years of being cycled online, it's like playing telephone. And
Right.
yeah, and that brings up something else that I was looking at. I don't know if you're okay with me going to the stuff with analyzing Tobe Lesenby.
Yeah, sure. You know what? Why not? Let's analyze it.
Sure. Everyone picks him apart in the conferences and the pictures and how he seems to not be part of what's going on. It looks like he's removed mentally from the talk. People have broken down trying to say he's, BG, and then how everyone watches him as they're leaving. So I went back and reanalyzed earlier videos. I looked at the ones from James Renner especially because he does a sit down. They're not the easiest videos to watch because he does them in 3D. But
we all know all about that.
yeah, we experienced that today. But if you actually go back and watch, everyone looks at the one where they're at the Patty's house and they're in the room and it's all about the book. Disregard that one. Look at the ones with Lesenby. When he's speaking with him, Tobe is the one that brings up the fact that there's possibly two people involved, not one. Tobe then brings up the fact that there's possibly DNA, and DNA can come from fingerprints. Nobody even asked him about fingerprints or DNA that way. So earlier on, he was putting things out there, and you could see the strained look on his face, like he wanted more to be public, but it wasn't, and he wasn't sure how to put it out there. So then I start looking at it, and in the very beginning, you've got the FBI pushing for Ron Logan. You don't really know where the state police sit with that. But the sheriff wasn't. The sheriff was looking at something else. And that second release sketch, the younger looking sketch, once again, can't confirm this, but earlier on, back in 17 and 18 from locals, that was tied into somebody that lived next to Kay at the end of the bridge. That person has a relationship with Lesenby. So I start thinking that if there's a close connection between him and that neighbor, she comes forward, they do the sketch, and then all of a sudden, a few weeks later, a different sketch comes out, and it's sort of like state police and FBI took over, left him to the side. Now he feels shut out. Now imagine if you were the sheriff, and you're related to somebody that saw somebody suspicious, and you've done a sketch, and you've got all this writing on it, and then two organizations that are removed from you come in and like throw you aside like you don't matter. You're going to get those same reactions from him in the interviews and the videos that everyone's picking apart. He's not going to be real keen on everyone else. He's going to be disregarding their opinion. He's going to remove himself mentally from the conferences because he's got a whole different idea of what's going on. So that sort of came to mind when I watched those earlier videos again, which I never had that mindset when I first watched them back in 18. But now seeing what's going on with finding out the FBI was after Logan very early on and all that, it starts to make sense to me that he is separate from the ISP and the FBI investigation early on and feels that way.
Well, there's
if you guys have any thoughts.
There's a lot of struggle that was between, like, it was about a bunch of egos, and I think I can't remember. I don't want to say it verbatim because I can't remember it, but there was a video that I made where a certain head of a county in the department was talking about the struggles, we'll call it, the bickering back and forth between ISP and LE, and basically it was just it's like it was more about egos than the case, it seemed like. And So yeah, I mean I can't see what was for sure going on.
Right.
Hey,
Um,
What,
I've got,
next question?
I've got. I'm sorry.
Liz, what is your
Yeah.
opinion on? I think a lot of people speculated early on that that a lot of the screw ups in this case from the get go were ISP and Carroll County and local law enforcement, and then what we've learned with some of the Ron Logan transcripts that came out with, and then the Marathon gas station thing and the FBI. To me, we're seeing a lot of screw ups come from the FBI, who I think most people thought was the trusted
Yes, I agree with you
agency.
100%.
So, what are your thoughts on that? Like from the get go, like who do you think it was everyone made mistakes? Do you think that
Well,
it was one
my thought,
organization versus another?
my thought is if there's mistakes that are made, because nothing's proven as to who lost this or if anything was lost. You've got your local and your sheriff that are now working together and possibly have some ideas. Then all of a sudden, the state police comes in. Now they've got their resources, but now you've got like dad coming in telling you, go in the corner, we're here now. And then the FBI steps in and they're like, wait a minute, we're the professionals. You guys go sit in the corner. We're going to take the heat here. And that's what it looked like. It looks like they were pushing the case real hard in the beginning because they said they knew who it was. Now, whether or not that's the case, I disagree with their initial thoughts. And if they were right, I think they would have nailed it. But at that point, I think we're not going to share information anymore. So did they give information they had to the FBI? Is that why things were lost or meddled? Because the FBI disregarded it and said, nope, we know what's going on. That's secondary. Did they come back with the thing from Marathon and say, well, we've got the hard drive, we need this done? We don't know who was in charge of handling the evidence in the first few weeks and months.
Well, we've been told that one of the tasks the FBI was given was that they were to collect the video and surveillance from local
Correct.
businesses.
Right.
So,
and
I
we
think
don't know. Yeah. We don't
sorry.
know if that's why the stuff isn't there. Was this hard drive taken because FBI told them we don't want a thumb drive, we want the actual hard drive, and they took it,
Now
brought it, gave it to them?
the thumb drive did not function properly, so they couldn't utilize that. That's why the Marathon gas station gave them the actual hard drive.
Right. But
Right.
we don't know that either. Why did it not work right? Did they take it and it wasn't properly uploaded, or did they give it to the FBI and FBI disregarded it, so they had to go get? There's too many unknowns to say, but I agree with you. I think that you had 3 different departments handling this differently in the beginning, and there had to be some sort of a conflict, whether it was intentional or whether it was ego or whether it was just too many hands in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
I really think that the sheriff being mainly connected to what was going on was immediately disregarded, pushed aside, and then 2 more bodies stepped in, and then who knows who's handling what. Too many areas to make mistakes that way.
Right. And my
Can I
personal
clear?
opinion, I'm sorry, Deb, go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly clear something out because
Sure.
I think it got a little bit imaginations going of people. Tobe is not connected in any weird way
Correct.
to Kay's neighbor, not a side chick or anything like that.
Yeah.
Connected in a very nice, normal way. I just want to say it like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's stronger than just a friendly connection. There's more of a trusting type connection, and
Right.
I think that he
Right.
felt snubbed in the beginning because I think they were running with it. They did a lot of work. They collected a lot of stuff. And then all of a sudden, a day or 2 later, they're told, what you have doesn't matter. Go back in the corner. We're handling this.
And yeah, and I personally think that, one of the things is there are too many hands. I don't think anyone had ill intentions. I don't think there was any malicious intent on anyone's part. I think that there were too many people trying to do too many things. Probably,
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone could blame Carroll County and Delphi for not being prepared to handle the magnitude of a case like this. I
Correct.
don't think any small town in anywhere in America, I don't think it matters where it is. Look at what happened with Kylie Rodney. I don't think that any small law enforcement agency can be equipped to handle and be prepared to deal with the magnitude of a case like this. Should they be? I don't know, but I don't blame them for not having their I's dotted and their T's crossed from the get-go. But
I don't think they were given a chance. I think they were immediately put on the back burner. So who knows how well they would perform. It didn't matter in everyone else's eyes. You're a small town. We're big time. We're handling this.
Because on the night of the 25th, after the Kleins, clearly they had Keegan Klein's information right off the bat. They did the search warrant 12 days later, 13 days later, 12 days later. And the night of the 25th, an FBI agent cleared the Kleins of any involvement.
Correct.
And then fast forward to 8 days later, we had the search of Ron Logan's property, which to me was the FBI spearheading that entire direction of the investigation, all towards Ron Logan. And I think
if you read that affidavit, if you read the affidavit that they had for the search warrant, you could see how one-sided that was. That was written by somebody experienced enough that knew how to get what they wanted done.
Right.
It was too scripted. It wasn't comparing good and bad. It just seemed like it was directed 100%. We want the warrant, so let's word this in a way that it sounds worse than it is, and we'll roll with it because we know we're right.
Right. And I mean, you do a search warrant on someone's house on the 25th of February, and the very same day you come out and say that they have no involvement. We all know it takes much longer than one day to do forensics on 5-6 devices that were found in that house.
Correct.
Let alone the one that was found 2 days later that had been cleared.
Yes.
But, so someone came out, from the FBI and said that they were cleared that day, basically. And then all of the attention turned to Ron Logan. And it never turned back to Keegan Klein until 2020.
Right.
And that was a huge blunder. And I'm a supporter of law enforcement on all agencies, but that was a huge blunder.
Yeah, there's some questions. Like, if you look at how things were handled here, and I can't give a reason why, but they were so fast to involve the police and to go out there looking for a search and to organize the entire, this happened within like a 2-hour period. And the request for stuff to be brought down to the police station that night. Another theory I've got with Lesenby is I think that they knew more of what was going on at the time. And for some reason, I think that that's why the dogs were called off. These things that they look at as being mistakes, I think there's reasons behind them, and I think he's being silenced. I would almost positively say you're not going to call dogs in and then cancel them from coming out unless you know something's going on. And too many people.
Except that he says he admits it was a mistake and says it was the biggest mistake he made. And so I think that he just thought, okay, we found the bodies. We don't need dogs now. And he's probably thinking budget, because
this
as
was
a policeman, you have to think about both of those as police chief.
They canceled the dogs before the bodies were found. So that wasn't the reason for that.
I've never heard that, ever
I've
heard that.
I've heard it was right after.
They were supposed to have search dogs come out on the 13th. That was part of what they were doing with searching. And
they couldn't get the search dogs. There was somebody else missing, I think, and at the time, and they then ordered dogs to come from Chicago. Was it St. Louis?
No,
it's been a while.
It wasn't Chicago. It was
St. Louis.
Yeah,
St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
You're right. And so he canceled those.
Yeah.
But I do believe that Steve from True Crime Web has seen pictures where there were actually looks like some type of a dog canine unit.
There is. I've seen that as well. I have seen that.
Yeah.
Where there was a dog. I can't remember if it was one or two.
So they must have shown up at some point. The local ones must have. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's some transcripts that are out there showing about how the police were waiting for dog. There's so many difference on those scanner reports where each department was not aware of what the other departments were doing. And they were continuing to proceed as usual and act as if the others aren't there yet. And I think that caused a lot of confusion there too.
Yeah,
But
there was a lot of confusion.
Right. And
Yeah.
again, and I will reiterate, I don't believe that any of the confusion was malicious or intentional.
no,
I
not at
just
all.
believe it was a lot of concern for what was happening. I mean, and even if you listen to Anna, if you listen to the families, well, Anna will tell you for the entire evening of the 13th, they were even the families were looking at this as a matter of when these girls turn up, they're going to be grounded for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
I just watched that again in a video in one of the old Jason Hubert videos today, where Anna talked about that, and Becky and Mike talked about the fact that they were prepared, thinking the girls were just off somewhere. Mike even talked about how he walked through a collegiate basketball practice, thinking because someone had said they thought the girls were there, and I mean, so there was so much confusion and everything that night that no one originally thought, there was the talk about the late movie where they at someone's house, so everyone had good intentions, but so many mistakes were made because of that.
And continue to happen.
Yeah, so that's just it's something that hit me a few weeks ago, and I watched those videos again, and I think the speculation on his demeanor in different conferences is completely read wrong because of what we know now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one reason I like to look back at some of this stuff. I'm sorry, Deb.
I think that's possible. That's why he has this look on his face, almost like a look of he's biting his tongue, to keep from saying something.
Exactly, because I'm sure when they had their actual meetings together, he was probably to the side and they weren't listening to him.
Mm-hmm. Louis, I want you to answer this question.
Sure.
People have heard from us for months and months now, but the Rockaway says, somebody explained to me how the killer got so lucky he caught every single break.
Did he?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't use the word killer, but killers.
Yeah. Well, I still think there's at least 2 involved, if not 3 that were physically there.
Okay, so again, and you know what? To be honest with you, let's just kind of go through the panel on this one. Starting with you, Louis. Why do you think, really, at every turn, because I feel the same way, at every turn it feels like roadblocks after mishaps after, just, I don't know what you want to call it, like the perfect storm that keeps happening here, that no matter which way you look, there's something. Even the 194 being dropped, the 194 page interview being dropped, okay?
Yeah.
That is known that should not have happened. That is fact that should not have happened, actually. So it's just like it, and the gas station thing, and every time. So what's your thinking on that?
My thinking is early on, either late on the 13th, early on the 14th, the county was given some information. I think the sheriff got some information, had a hunch. And that's another thing where they say that they blocked off Ron Logan's side from being searched and said it was searched already, by the fire chief. I really think that night they had an idea either something was going on or they knew what happened and they wanted to wait till light to actually go through the scene. And I think there was some misinformation given and they handled it differently than it should have been handled. So now they're at a point where somebody wants it solved. Somebody wants information given that's not out there. And I think that's where that information that keeps being released is coming from. And you've got 2 other bodies involved that either aren't aware of that or ignored that information in the beginning, and they're not connected. I get the gut feeling that at one point the FBI knew what was going on. Either they knew they were wrong or nobody followed with them through the county and the local, and then they got to a point where they just walked away. You'll see that where they took all the information off of the FBI website. I think that they just got to a point where they were not getting cooperation and decided, well, if you don't agree with us, we're not going to agree with you, and then they step aside.
That's probably been one of the biggest obstacles, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Is that internal stuff that we don't see going on.
Yeah.
Like I think most people would be pissed with the case if they knew that there all this conflict and all this stuff was going on within the different ISP, FBI, LE. Yeah.
I mean, here's another thing to just bring up real quick is you've got two sketches. Everyone says whether one is one, whether it's off of this or that, but you've already had the sketch artists come forward, two of them, and each one described that they actually did that sketch from a person. So that's proven by ISP that there's two separate artists, two separate renderings, and two separate or three separate witnesses. So it's kind of hard to figure out what's going on when the sheriff has already mentioned two people multiple times. ISP in the beginning said one is now secondary, one is primary now. And then now that's just become a whole word game of, put them together. But there was a 1 year period where everyone agreed in law enforcement that there's a possibility of two, and the sketches were separate. You don't hear that talked about too much anymore either.
Okay. Blaine.
Yeah.
Stretching your neck over there, eh? What's your thoughts on what? I know that you don't know this case all that in depthly, but what's your thoughts about the whole, how this person could be how this person or these people could be getting so lucky that everything's going against, has been going against this case being solved? Any thoughts on that?
Man, I just
Hey, Fig. Welcome.
like I just don't understand. I don't understand with all the work and I mean, if they can, no offense, and I don't want to say anything, but if they can try my uncle off of speculation and speculation evidence, why can't they find the people who killed these two girls? You know what I mean? They have to have something. People have had to have talked. These guys, it has to be some kind of, like I've always stated, somebody's got to be paying somebody off. Somebody's got to be. It's much bigger than a random killing, because there's no DNA. Obviously, I haven't heard anything about DNA, right? They are getting lucky, man, and I think it's bullshit, really, excuse my language, because there's so much here that we see from this channel and other channels and is ISP, they're taking in, they should be doing this stuff that we're doing, that we're investigating and looking at the photos and coming to conclusions. Now, why are they searching the river? Okay. Because Keegan Klein, Kagan, whatever, is coming up. There's all this speculation against different things. So why hasn't an arrest been made yet?
Right. Well, but not to be rude, Blaine, nothing against your family, but your uncle was a suspect from the very first week of
right.
And and I'm not saying anything about that case other than it took 6 years for that arrest to come to terms. So it doesn't surprise me that we're at this point with Delphi,
Yeah, absolutely.
And again,
I know they got to do.
I'm not pointing the finger. I'm just saying.
No. We're just talking. It's the same concept. You know what I mean? Like, for all this time, they should have something to make something happen. You know what I mean? It's not a cold case. It's not a cold case. It's been searched and searched and searched.
I'm going to put this one out there and then we can go back to what we were just talking about again. Fig solves, and I'll get Lewis on this one. Who is the neighbor who lived by the bridge who the sketch was made from? And then he put DP, which is Daniel Pearson.
No, that's not Daniel Pearson that lives there. And I don't want to say the relationship to who it is or the name, but It's been put forward by multiple people locally early on, 17, 18. And if you go back and you look up the list of people that live there online, you can actually see the residents, the owners of the house that are next to Kay's, and you can see it that way. I just don't feel comfortable mentioning the name on here.
Absolutely.
And have you guys ever seen the movie Enemy of the State?
Yes.
Yep.
Come on, if they can take a picture that is, if they can take a picture from their satellites or whatever that is very fuzzy and enhance it and do all this stuff and get a real image of a face, why can't they do that with the bridge guide picture? I mean, that technology exists.
You know, with what you brought up, if I could throw one thing out here, if you look at how they handled the McClurkin case, and I didn't think about this until they actually came forward with who did that. Indiana State Police has a really weird way of handling things when they have information in the beginning, and this is the third time you've seen that, where if they know who they think did it, they become very quiet and they drag it on for a long time until they have an airtight case. And that almost makes me think that they are the same way with Delphi, and that's why it's being kept so quiet. If you guys have any input on that, that's just something I noticed after that was brought forward a few months ago.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Right. Lewis, I don't know if you're aware. Are you aware of Blaine's connection to that case?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I've watched. Yeah. But that's, the way they handle things, and that's why I brought it up, because he was talking. He would have more insight than I would as to how they did that, but it was very odd how quiet and tight-lipped they were in that whole thing. You just didn't have a million people online bring up as much information. And I think that they've handled Delphi the exact same way. So that almost makes me think they know who's responsible, or the people responsible. And that one thing they're looking for, I think, is to tie in the motive or the person responsible for having them do the crime. I think that this was actually put in motion by somebody else.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Absolutely.
For sure.
There's not, but there's not everything as airtight as may look with certain cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of stuff in the news with them, and they do put information out. It just, looking at these two cases, that seems to almost be like a mirror image of each other. They mimic each other in the way ISP's been very quiet.
What did the Rockaway say? How did our wep and bloody killer escape the trails unseen? What was the exit route from the crime scene back to the vehicle? Well, if you can tell us that $1 million question, that'd be great.
Would you guys like a little insight onto a theory on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Kim, I thought we were going to finish the circle of what we were talking about, because I had some things.
Okay.
Okay, you didn't finish the panel, Sonny.
Yeah.
Right. Hold on to your thought, and Deb. Okay, go back to you on that one.
Okay. So, all right. So I think that's because of mistakes and blunders, obviously. Number one, the FBI saying that, so heavily that they believed it was Ron Logan. And then also the FBI believed that the Kleins were in Las Vegas. And I think that put a damper on going in that direction. Uh-oh.
So sorry. My bad.
I think that put a damper on going in that direction. And I also think Keegan Kline probably is a very good liar. And I think that he convinced him he was just this stupid young boy that, was lonely and was asking people for pictures. And I think that is, what kind of got in the way. And I do remember Doug Carter saying at the beginning, the three entities, Carroll County, ISP, and FBI were working just like a machine, and that eventually they started flowing like a well-oiled machine. And so I think that it just took them a while to get everything going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Adam, you never had your thought on there.
I think I pretty much have already stated my point. I feel like that, law enforcement, I think that everyone had good intentions. I think there were a lot of hands in the pot at the time. I think that, they had the information of Keegan Kline right off the bat. I think it's the lead they should have followed all along. But I think
Yeah.
they executed the search warrant. I think they very quickly decided, because of influence from another agency, to go in a different direction. I think they then followed that direction far too long, and they completely dropped the ball on Kegan Kline
Completely
to
dropped
the
the
point
ball.
where they let him sit outside of jail for 3 years. Before they finally went back to it, they changed direction and went in a different. What do they say? They changed gears, went in a different direction, and then they've followed the Kegan Kline aspect ever since. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, if they were serious still about the Ron Logan aspect, why would they have issued anything about the Anthony Schatz profile? Why would they have connected it to the Delphi tip line? Why would they have then come out with the UBO
I want to talk about that
information?
too.
So to
100%.
me,
Yeah.
they followed Ron Logan until the man died, and then they were fully on the Kegan Kline thing, but they dropped the ball for 3 years on it.
Right.
Um,
And I don't know whose fault that was.
I want to come back to the whole Yubo thing in a
Yeah.
second, but Lewis, do you remember that question that was up earlier? Because now I forget
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It just has to do with the blood.
Yes,
If,
thank you.
if we go back to some of the different theories that one of the two was injured severely before they even got down from the end of the bridge. I don't know if any of you have been out there, but the end of that bridge, that is a very steep zigzag. They say downhill, but it really is not a hill. That is a very unsafe thing to go down unless you're sure-footed. Now, if you're scared and you're being pushed by somebody and you fall and you hit your head and you're knocked out, you could possibly die, break your neck, who knows what. But even if it didn't happen there, you die, your body gets moved. They already said that they knew they were moved because of lividity, so the blood did settle at part of the body. If you then do that, it's been said that the neck was cut or whatever. Who knows if they were already dead for 10 or 15 minutes before the actual staging. So now you're not going to have a bloody crime scene. There is no arterial spatter. There's no spray. All you've got is what drains out. And anyone that hunts knows what to do, and they would be able to do that without even thinking about it.
Absolutely.
You're not going to have spray. You're going to have a lot of blood leaking out through a major incision, like cutting the neck. You cut the neck, both arteries are open, the blood drains out, and now you've got a clean area. So I doubt he was covered in blood.
Right. I want to go back to the Yubo. Now, I'm going to say this. On Friday's show, we're going to go over something with Yubo, and I'm going to get Lewis to talk about Yubo because we were talking about it, but I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to show you because honestly, I think that there's a huge tie-in to the Yubo, but there's something that I'm going to show you on Friday that will probably put a little bit more insight into this case again. And it's very sick and it's very twisted. And the pictures will show you something. And you guys all know that I'm not talking about holy moly stuff and moles on Facebook, right? Whatever. I'm talking about the crime scene and truly another item that I know that's there. And it's going to tie into the whole Yubo thought, but definitely there's like an item there. But I'm not going to show you guys that till Friday because I want to still play around with the pictures in a sense. Very disturbing to me though. But I want you to talk about the Yubo. Because remember, so basically what I'm saying here is that they came out and told us about Instagram, all the different things, blah, blah, blah,
Yes.
when to call. All of a sudden, a couple months later down the road, all of a sudden we hear of the Yubo Yellow app. Do you know much about that, Lewis? And again, what it's mostly used for?
Some not as heavy, and that's because I looked into some of the other ones deeper. I think the connection between Meet Me and Kick was a strong tie-in, but for the other one, I'm not as familiar.
Okay. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Yubo then, if
Yeah.
for anyone, because I was reading on it yesterday more so. So Yubo is an app that can be basically connected to Instagram and to Snapchat. And so Yubo is this thing out there where you could basically be live and other people can come watch that stream. They could, like, so say you're in your bedroom right now and you're on it. Other people could just instantly come in there and watch all this as well. And so this is why I'm saying on Friday, you guys, I'm going to show you guys something. And again, it's going to tie into this whole thing and probably why they introduced Yubo into this. As
Sonny, I have a question for you on that. I've looked into these apps. I've downloaded them. I've tried using them just so I could become familiar with everything that's mentioned.
Yeah.
Meet Me has that live option, and that live option actually ties into like 4 or 5 other apps. So you don't know what app the other person's on that's either viewing or you're viewing. But I wonder if that yellow is what all of these other apps are using to tie in that video. So that could be a
Right.
connection of why they went to that, even though that's not mentioned as being on their phones. But they have mentioned Meet Me and Kick, and both of them tie into the same live streams. Same thing as Plenty of Fish and Scout and a few others. The people that are on there. Yeah.
They went to France or whatever it was.
Yeah.
For they went over there. And I'll tell you, I'm sure it's for good darn reason.
I wonder if that company just sells that part of their service to all these other apps so that that's the way they can tie it in and actually get more users that are sharing it. Because the platform that's on all of these apps all shares the same videos. And like I said, you don't know if the person that you're watching is on any of those apps because they're all integrated.
Well, let me put it this way. If anyone hasn't read up on the Yubo Yellow app, I suggest that you do, just so you can familiarize yourself with the app, first of all, just so you understand it, because that's exactly what I did, because I wanted to understand it, because like, and I know we talk about like the dark web and stuff like this, and that's kind of what where we're kind of going with this, or where I'm kind of going with this, is that if a crime scene is being recorded, and I myself firmly believe that the crime scene was being recorded after the girls were dead, and that this live stream is set up so anyone that participated in it, perhaps for paying big dollars to see this, is a very likely possibility, especially when I show you on Friday why. It's a very likely possibility. Very likely possibility. So, but I'm going to save that for Friday. I'm not going to bring that out today just because, it's not a tease.
No, you need more time too to do that. That's a larger scale explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, Delphi, and then we're doing Trinity Teens here with Blaine, and Alexa should be on Friday. Alexa, if you're in chat, don't forget to email me, let me know. Alexa is profiler. She's an ex-profiler. Sorry, she did for 16 years, and as well as a handwriting expert. So I hope I didn't say that wrong, because that's what I remember her saying to me in my email. And so basically I've sent her over the cryptic note to analyze that as well. And so, so I'm really looking forward to Friday. Hopefully things work out. Alexa, hope your mom's okay and she's doing good. I heard you said that she had a spill, so hopefully everything's good there. That's what I had to say. You know what, Lewis, this is the first time I'm hearing you besides us talking back and forth in Messenger. So great. I'm just inhaling what your different thoughts are and what the chat is saying here.
It's one thing. I can't see the chat. I tried using it and it just come up as gray, so I've not seen any questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just not working right in my end, but where it should be, all I've got is a gray screen. So
you're on phone, so Deb and that use phone. I don't use the phones. I use my computer. So I'm not
Gotcha.
really
Yeah, I
sure
can
how
see the chat. Well, I'm in StreamYard, so I can see the chat. But if he's not, he came in link. He won't be able to see it.
You know what, Deb?
Well,
I can
even
see
before
the,
when we
I can
first
see the
went
chat
in,
faster than you.
I'm in
I'm sorry, what?
StreamYard too. I said I was on earlier when we first went in when we had to change it, and it was the same thing. I'm in StreamYard, and I've
Yeah,
got
but
the
you
link
didn't
to
come
click.
in.
Yeah.
You came in through a link. You didn't come in through the
Oh,
main
okay.
part.
That might make
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. Yeah. Being
Yeah.
as a participant, not being a member. I understand that.
Right.
I just want to answer straight from the horse's mouth and welcome everyone that's coming in again. Yes, and Cloudbot is our security guard here in this chat. So everyone be nice and respectful. And you guys have been. So thank you very much for that. Bridge Guy, as a federal law informant, could explain most everything. I'll tell you, I will shit my pants right here and now if that is the case. I swear to God. Yeah.
Sonny, did you mention any of them? My possible theory for the clients being involved because they were quote unquote catfished into this.
Go ahead. No, I haven't mentioned it.
Okay. If you go back to the interviews with him, they specifically mentioned something being plugged into the front of his computer, and it was not a USB hard drive. And he acted like he had no idea what that was. Well, there's a person that actually had a business in Peru that was real close to them that actually has a correlation to them and to the shot's neighbor that specialized in computers and computer hacking and has actually embedded himself into the investigation several times. I almost wonder if that was a dongle for Wi-Fi and he was using that to use their Wi-Fi and clone their phones. Because he had he had very strong issues against exploiting children.
Yeah. We're talking about Julian Powell.
Yeah.
That's who we're talking about, and we're going to go over that. You know what? I absolutely dismissed Julian Powell, but yet he sat in the back of my head. And the reason why I dismissed him is because as soon as I heard him double talk about the day of the Delphi murders, and he contradicted himself, I was like, dude, you're full of shit, and you're just playing people. And granted, like Julian Powell is a very smart person. Do not underestimate that dude. He is a very smart person.
You could see how he can manipulate people
He's
that
a
think that they're manipulating him.
Right.
Yeah, and anyone that has any kind of education in psychology would read him immediately.
Yeah. I showed this on the members live, and I'm going to show you guys pictures on Friday as well. We're going to go back to Julian Powell because I never actually got interested in Julian Powell. Yeah. He was on my radar, but he wasn't either because it was just somebody to me that was full of shit talking, like in a sense. And once I heard him basically lying, I was just like, oh, dude, come on now. But you know what? But when you think about it, when I actually came back to it and I think of the Peru connection, the Klein connections, what the hell was he doing on the bridge on the 12th? Yeah, taking Google pictures. But I'm going to show you a picture on the Friday that's going to give you a penny for thought, definitely. Because I'm going to say that there's that piece of me that they were getting ready for the next day. They were preparing the cameras and that for the next day. And when you see the other picture I'm going to show you on Friday, and you guys go back to the Yubu stuff, Yubu stuff, yellow stuff, whatever, pink stuff, gray stuff, I don't care, that stuff. Then you'll understand Friday on there. But Julian Powell, I brushed him aside. I'm not doing that right now, actually. In fact, I'm circling back to him because of the fact of the whole camera thing, the picture I'm going to show you, a couple pictures I'm going to show you that you're going to find very interesting, as a matter of fact.
I've got a whole bunch more pictures I saved from early on that I can send you. See, I think most people that wrote him off went into him when he came out this last time. I don't think very many people look at the fact that he inserted himself into this case early on also. And 4chan ripped him apart. And there's some stuff still out there that's in archives. But I've got some of the pictures of like him camping out in the woods and dressed like a bum and having all kinds of weird things hanging around the tent. Things that almost match up with what they've hinted at as being in the crime scene. It's weird. You can't.
Well, he's very. He is mentally ill, and he's
Um,
on many medications. I've seen a list of
yeah,
medications. He's smart. He is smart.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not involved, but
yeah,
he does have a strong degree of mental illness. So,
yeah. He was actually abused by his wife to where they actually had to get a restraining order against her. How
Yeah.
often in Indiana do they put the order against the mom and not the dad? That's a very telling thing there.
Was that the
mhm.
one that was back in like 2010, 9 area? That one with the
Yeah, I believe so. That was right before they separated,
yeah,
before they got back together. Yeah.
yeah.
But
Yes,
he's been able he's been able to handle a lot of those conditions, almost to the point where if he is a sociopath like I think he is, I think he could mentally create a lot of the issues that he has and make it seem like he's worse than he is. I think that the reason he came out last year and started doing those interviews and communicating with people again is he fell off in the very beginning. And I think he was missing the fact that he wasn't being mentioned anymore online. I really think that he just feeds off of that.
well,
Whether he's involved or not, I think that he wants to be involved.
yeah. And someone like Julian, to be honest with you, could plan something like this.
Yes.
He's
He's one of
smart
the
enough.
very few people that I think could mastermind something like this and involve all kinds of other people and not have it come back on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know if many people are familiar. I know he sent you the copies of the incorporation paperwork and his Dun and Bradstreet stuff, but he had a business in Peru in 17 that was on the DNB, and it had to do with IT and computer services.
Right.
Yeah. You know what? Only because I know we need to get through this and then get back
Yeah.
over to the Trinity here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry,
What do you mean to say?
No, I was just going to say really quickly. I do think sometimes there's a difference between someone that's manipulative and someone that's manipulative and mastermind.
Yeah.
And and I don't want to lump someone that might just have. And I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to diagnose someone. But I don't want to lump someone that might just have a mental disorder into some sort of criminal enterprise without proof.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If it was
But
anything like that's not what I meant. Yeah. That's
I'm
not
not
what I meant
blaming.
when I said that.
No,
Yeah.
of course not at all.
Yeah.
I know that. I was just wondering.
No, I want everyone else to know because it might have come off that way because,
Well,
because we don't know.
yeah, we don't know. I just have real strong feelings towards a few different people. I don't have a set POI, but he's somebody that's been strong on my radar from the beginning. So I've dived real deep into him.
Right. And
to me, he's
that's
still
fair.
someone that's capable.
Yeah.
He's capable. Like when I look at Garrett Kurtz and
Many of us are capable.
KD, or I think that would be one of the most capable ones of putting something together. For that. He's inserted himself in the case, but who knows? Who knows at the end of the day where the puzzle pieces all fit in. But again,
hopefully we do one day.
Come Friday, I'm gonna definitely show you something that again, it's gonna give you pause to think, and then it will probably make you think about again who where this is all possible as well. And one thing I wanted you to touch on, Lewis, though, as well, because I know me and you have had the conversations, but I wanted you to explain to the people out there watching right now too. Remember, we were talking about the difference between Wi-Fi and pinging. Yes.
Yeah.
Could you touch back on that for people that don't? Because about the pinging on Trexler's place and.
I think the term burner phone is so overused and misused because everyone calls every device that Klein had a burner phone. They're not. They're devices that no longer had internet or service that now worked on Wi-Fi. And the reason they know where the devices were because of the Wi-Fi connection and the IP address, which is why I started questioning that dongle that they described being plugged into Keegan's computer.
Yeah.
Now, if that was a Wi-Fi dongle, was it being used to send the Wi-Fi signal from his computer out? or was somebody actually connecting to his computer from that dongle from outside the house? If they did, and they connected to that, now all of a sudden it looks like it's coming from his computer, not from the other device. So
Right.
there's different ways to explain it. Just I think that term burner phone is so overused, because a burner phone technically is a phone that's not tied to a person's account. You know, you used to be able to go to a store, buy one of those phones that worked off of a card, buy a card, load minutes on it. That's what the police consider a burner phone. A device that you've had registered in your name that no longer is because you upgraded your phone, that you now use as a Wi-Fi device, is not a burner phone. That's just another Wi-Fi device. And everything they mention in these reports is Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi connected here, Wi-Fi connected there. So these are
Except in the Ron
devices.
Logan, except in the Ron Logan
Well,
transcripts.
exactly. With Ron Logan, it's different. And then there's also another person that is mentioned that had actually GPS coordinates from his phone pulled, and that's what placed him at a different building in town. When they're placing a phone after examining a phone, there are GPS coordinates on there from when the phone was used, and they can pull that out of a lot of the older type phones.
Right. So
Yeah.
the burner phones that I've heard referred to in the case were the two numbers that they've never been able to attribute to anyone that
Yeah.
were that they got GPS pings from at the time of the murders that they never accounted to the owners of, and those couldn't be Wi-Fi only because there was no Wi-Fi out there, so
Well,
they had to have been a burner phone.
No, you can have Wi-Fi out there off of another device. So let's say I've got my phone or my tablet that has internet, and I have another device where I've downloaded one of these phone number apps where it doesn't correlate back to anybody, and I connect that device to the Wi-Fi on my functioning device.
It still links to the IP address of that phone.
Not if you know what you're doing. There's ways to get around that.
Yeah,
And-
you can use VPN.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
And by doing that, you would now have a number that doesn't come back to anything or anyone, that never had a history, because it was created on one of these phone call apps, and they are most out of the country, and they do not require any information from you other than a fake email. So there are ways to get in there to do that, to have a number that you can actually use to make it look like the number doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't track back to an IP, and it doesn't track back to Wi-Fi.
I think that at the end of the day, myself, that I think that as a whole, I think that the whole case, as a whole, that I think that there's so much more that they know that we don't know, and I really think that there's this. I really feel like there's going to be a big break in the case at some point here. I feel like that's why they're doing the search, but I really feel like that there's a ton that they know, and I talked about this the other day as well. Like when I've said. Deb, how did he say it? Anyone that saw the crime scene would want to take a picture of this.
Yeah.
It looks like the crime scene looked like something you would want to take a picture of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember that for Friday. Remember that for Friday, guys. Because as the case goes on, and even as I look at certain things like that crime scene, because you guys, if anyone knows me, you guys know I dig deep, especially into the picture stuff, because I want to know what's at the crime scene. In a sense, I want to know the things, because and then this would kind of correlate really back to why the girls would have been staged. And but anyways,
Are you
I
talking
really
about?
feel
You're referring to what you sent me this morning, right?
correct. Yes.
Did you send it, Sunny? Did you send it in our chat as well?
Yeah. Adam, you know you don't pay attention. I'll send it again later. But either way, because I just want to save that stuff as a whatever for Friday. But I'm sorry guys, but I do want to wrap up with Delphi for tonight, and then so we can get on to Blaine's, because it's already at an hour and a half point. So Deb, first you. Any thoughts, anything else you want to say, or any comments you want to address that you see in chat?
Let's see. I did see something in chat. Let somebody else go if they have a thought, and then I'll come back with that. I don't want to hold everybody up.
Let's take one.
I'll just say really quickly, Louis, I really appreciate your point of view, and it's given me a lot of things to think about. I'm kind of a skeptic when it comes to most things, and things need to be proven to me. But I would look forward to having a conversation with you again, because I would like to hear more of your perspective, and go over things with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to respond to that, this was like a last minute thing, but
Yeah,
I
of course.
appreciate the fact
Thank
that you
you.
push things with me, because it reminded. See, here's the problem. I've got many theories, and like I've told Sonny in the beginning, I don't think you can jump into this with one POI and try to prove him.
Right.
I think you need to take different theories with people that fit and try to disprove them. And that's
I agree. And
yeah,
I'm
I've
interested
got that similar idea that you do, and then I'll push what I think is strong, and then I prefer if somebody like you comes in and tries to cut me down. You won't offend me by proving me wrong. It
and that
helps me.
wasn't my purpose. I
Yeah.
apologize if that.
No. I'm just saying, don't worry about doing that. You don't have to ever worry about doing
No,
that.
right.
We talk. Yeah, you'll never hurt me, because this has nothing to do with me other than finding the truth. And if I've got something wrong, or if I can't prove something I've got, and it makes my eyes open up, I appreciate that.
Right, same, and I'm interested in in that kind of hearing your perspective and going off of it, because I might learn something, that I didn't know. So I really appreciate that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that too.
And it's why I've enjoyed my conversation. I just met
Yeah.
Lewis recently, and it was so weird because there was a person in the chat named Louise Blue, and then all of a sudden I get a friend request from you, and I'm thinking it's the same person, and I'm thinking, well, she's from England, and I'm like, you're not England, you're freaking in Indiana over there. But anyways, I really appreciate.
I was afraid we had Joe Louise over here.
I'll put my weight on.
Because too, like I said, like when you send me stuff and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then I start looking at that too. Like I said, everyone, like I said, knows that I'm with the POI. The bridge guy, I don't really care. It's the story, and it's the other people involved that I want to know, because this is a very complicated case. I understand why, besides the mess ups, I understand why this would be taking a long time, and especially if when the truth comes out, then I think people are really going to realize just how sick and twisted this case is.
I think that the problem is you've got a small town, smaller than most, and you've got so many bad individuals all conglomerated into that same area, or within 30 minutes in any direction, involved with so many other crimes or cases. And so many people fit. That's the problem. And that's why I say ruling it out. But how can you expect a small area like Delphi to have so many bad ties in such a nice town?
Yeah, absolutely. Deb, did you think of anything yet?
Yeah. I did want to address a question. Somebody asked if they thought this was related to the Evansdale murders, the two little girls, Lyric and Lyric and Elizabeth. And I think it's very interesting case, similarities, but I think I don't think it's related. And I think that it seems similar because some pervert who has the same desires as the person who killed Libby and Abby did what they do. And if you ever watch any of the shows where they're like the PCI group, where they go out and they find perpetrators, they find these chomos, as they call them, they all have the same thought process, they say the same things, they do the same things. It's unbelievable, really. So I think that's why the cases kind of try to link together. And
would you like an interesting tie-in to that, just to leave you with some food for thought?
Sure.
Chadwell was living 3 hours from Evansdale, and right before Evansdale got in trouble for beating his girlfriend severely while he was still married to the woman he was married to before he just got out of jail in 2009, was living with her, and then moved in with a woman that was near Evansdale. And his path from there to his family in Indiana would drive him right through past there. So it's just weird how all these coincidences just tie together with people that are bad.
I
Lewis,
have
'cause
heard that about Chadwell before.
Yeah.
But that was the answer to that question. Is I personally, they said, what does the panel believe? I personally think that it's two unfortunate situations. I don't think that they're linked.
Yeah.
And I'm going to add to that, because when Lewis said that, I had already come across that information myself, because, and I think it was based off of the Cook last name or the Collins, can't remember now. Shoot. Either way, I came across that exact chain of events. So to me, if there was any attachment, it would be the Chadwell line, because I wasn't looking to come across it, but I came across it where that is, I didn't finish going down that line, but that I came across that same information as you did as well.
Yeah.
And to me, if there's any connection of something back over to the that this area of Delphi and Kokomo and all that, it would be Chadwell.
And Steve, who is True Crime Web, has actually done some videos on the connection between Delphi and Evansville. And so you might want to look at his channel if you ever anyone that wants to like see, whether or not, from a law enforcement standpoint, whether there was any connections. He does some really good videos on that.
Yeah. And Blaine, have you been dropping your link for your channel?
You don't have me as a person to do that. I asked when we first started.
He lost his wrench. Remember, everyone lost their wrench, Sonny?
Sorry. Well, okay. My bad.
Wait a minute. Is Fig in the chat because you just said his favorite word? Sorry.
All right. Figure you.
While she's doing that, I've got a quick question for you guys.
Okay.
Have
Blaine,
any of you
type in chat? One sec. Blaine, type in chat so I can just do that quickly.
Well, Lisa said the most important comment of the night.
I'm
Deb,
sure
could you
she
read that?
did.
It's on the screen.
Adam does look very handsome tonight.
Dapper, I know. But when you had that red and black on yesterday, like on munches.
Is your hair in a different color? Did you dye your hair?
No, it's just short.
Thank you, Silent.
Okay.
So,
Have
Lewis, what are our thoughts?
Have any of you guys ever looked into the serial killer aspect?
I have.
You have?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you guys did that, did you connect all three double homicides?
My apologies, Blaine. I did.
Are you talking about the Evansdale, the Illinois, and the
Zion, Illinois?
I've looked at them.
Yeah.
I've
read all about
connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that the gentleman they put away is the one responsible for Zion.
Oh, you don't? Deb,
They were so quick to convict the father in the beginning, and then when they found out that they proved he was wrong, they had to put somebody away. And I think this guy just happened to fit the bill, and it was easier for him to just take it and go to jail and cut a deal by saying he was guilty. But I don't think he did that because of the aspects of that crime. They meticulously slit eyelids with an X-Acto knife or something similar, and this guy was just a violent offender. I don't think he took the time to meticulously do what they say was done and then stage those bodies. I think that was...
I'll have to look into that aspect.
Yeah.
Deb,
If you dive deep into it, it's so hard to find anything anymore because the guy convicted trumps everything that you look on. But if you looked at it earlier, there's a lot of stuff out there. And
well, I can find it.
Yeah, all three of them are by abandoned railways. All three of them are by military bases. All three are by meat packing plants. All three are by streams. It's just a weird coincidence when you start putting the things together. And then the dates. That was on Mother's Day. Just weird. If you look at it that way, I'm not sold on that being even a possibility, but there's so many coincidences in that. It's just an interesting path to go down.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deb, really quick. Deb, what were your thoughts on that really quick before we do that?
I've talked about before that I thought whoever took the lives of Libby and Abby could have been a budding serial killer because of the fact that he did not, according to police, according to law enforcement, did not actually commit the act of raping or, the whole act, trying to be nice here. And that is the case with a lot of serial rapists and killers. When they first start out, they cannot actually complete the act they have to kind of work up to it with their next victim and their next victim. And so I think that whoever did this, and if it's KK or whoever, that they were interested in that. We know that he looked up, Sandy Hook bodies of dead children and things like that. So that's my opinion. Has been for a while.
Mm, absolutely. You know what? This has been a great live on the Delphi side. Thank you to everyone that's in chat right now. I know for you, Lewis, I know that you said you had a certain time frame. So whenever you do need to pop out, just of course pop out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I held on a little longer, but yeah, I've got to run. I'll be back in 15 or 20 if you guys have anything interesting.
Sure.
And then once again, I'll be more prepared next time.
Right. No, I want to say I appreciate this because it was just before the live, and I was like, talking to Lewis, and I was like, "Dude, you want to come on?" Because I love your insight. I love that we cross paths.
Yeah.
Again, it's just when someone has a nice keen insight as well, and you've been obviously have knowledge for a long time about the case. So I absolutely thank you, respect you, and appreciate you for coming on. And we're gonna move over to this, but thank you.
And
go ahead.
you're respectful to other people. You're respectful to other points of view, which so I'm like, I'd love to converse with you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I said it's one of those things where we don't know enough to have one theory. So after looking at things so deeply, because like I said, my original thoughts is what ties into Sonny's is it's not possible to prove it. I went down that rabbit hole so deep, I found other things which Sonny knows about that are interesting, but no one's going to be able to come out and say this is it. I mean, right now you've got two teams going right now, and I think they're both wrong. I don't think that either one is making a strong enough argument. They're just pointing out the fallacies on the other side, and that's not the way to do that.
The only time we're ever going to truly know the full story, I think we're going to get I think we can have a good grasp perhaps of a good theory, because there's a lot of theories that are really good, and then there's a lot that are just shit, to be honest with you. And so when it starts getting into like really far-fetched, even though I believe that this is a very complicated case and it is very sick and twisted, again, I always believe following the straight and narrow of the information that is out there and looking around that instead of inventing stuff or people inventing people out of thin air, because that POI list is ridiculous. Deb, just quickly, Deb said to me today, she goes like the whole Ron Logan hat thing's going around again, becoming a debate. I've always, first of all, shown the dent in Ron Logan's hat to the BG's hat. It's always been something I've talked about. It's why I could never rule out or in Ron Logan, because I just could never prove it one way or the other. I could pretty much put the same dent in the hat, from the BG's to his, but yet and think that somebody perhaps was pretending to be him. But that's just guesstimation on my part. But that hat, when you compare it and you look at the BG's and Ron Logan's hat, but it's not Ron Logan, okay? And I think Jizwiz said something like, "Oh, you guys are making me come off of Ron Logan." I think it's been probably proven enough times that it's not Ron Logan. But hey, whatever your passion or path is, whichever. But as for the look, absolutely, I get why people are on the Ron Logan kick for certain reasons. I get it. I'm so far away from that, but I get it. But anyways, I'll talk to you later. We're gonna move on. Okay. Thanks so much, Lewis.
I appreciate it. You guys have a good night.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thanks.
Enjoyed speaking with you.
Same here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Make sure you like and subscribe.
Yeah, make sure you like it. Lewis, you better be subscribed to me, dude.
Join the membership.
I'm like Blaine.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the Trinity Teens. Blaine, what is it called on your channel? The never ending series, or
the never ending nightmare?
Nightmare, that's it. So is that the name that it was given? The actual story, Or is that what
No,
you're calling it?
that's what I'm calling it. I'm calling it
Okay.
the never-ending nightmare. The story that it was given, it really wasn't given a story. Like really wasn't given a title. It was just like teens face uh, a nightmare. Teens face a nightmare of abuse and something else. So I just, as I got to reading it, I was like, man, this is, if I stayed there, it'd be a never ending nightmare. And I was like, huh, that's what I'm going to call the series.
Yeah. So explain, first of all, explain where this case is out of to people that don't know.
This case is out of Cody, Wyoming.
Okay.
The hills up there. It's a
So-
private, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I got the thing on the screen for you. 25 feet, 25 girls claim abuse. Well, wait, that's the wrong one. That's not it. Did I click on the wrong one? Wyoming. I thought
Yeah,
it said-
that's. I think that's about. I think that's the same story.
Hey,
I'm
Trinity
pretty
Teens
sure.
Solutions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
same
good.
story. There's several different ones. There's actually more than 25. There's 25 main ones that filed the lawsuit.
Okay. So, yeah, this wasn't the site I was looking at today, but
And there's actually the same family owns. There's a young men's young boys camp right down the road, and that's called Triangle Cross Ranch, and they're tied together. And I believe I showed that is actually the owners who own Trinity Teen Solutions are Angie and Jerry Woodward, and Angie's father actually owns Triangle Cross Ranch.
okay.
And these are not the only facilities of their kind.
No.
When I'm looking up the information, there are places like this all around.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
You know,
And just because this has started to happen, like I know in I want to say Mississippi, when they started seeing the TikTok videos and stuff, some people started some investigators started investigating some of their state or some of the privatized places down there, and some of them got shut down as well.
Right, because there was really no one to oversee what was happening there.
Right, because they're not taking state funding, so they have they're pretty much privatized, so the state is limited to what they can monitor there.
Right, and sometimes what they advertise and what they put out there to like people, like families that want to put their kids in places like this, is so far removed from the reality of what the facilities are like.
Oh yeah,
But,
absolutely.
people will put their children in these places sometimes with the best of intentions, and it's hell.
Yeah. Imagine thinking that you're going to send your kids somewhere they're going to get help because you want to help your child, and you think that they're going to go learn about riding horses and maybe cleaning up the house as chores and stuff, when really you're slaving 16 17 hours a day.
Right.
That's traumatizing.
Well, and not all of these facilities, we need to make a clarification here. Not all of these facilities have issues and do things like this.
No.
Right.
Because
I'm sorry, Deb.
my husband used to, for the state of Indiana, be over all of the facilities that took state funding, and he had whole staff that would keep track of them and watch what they were doing. But there are some, and he many times had to shut facilities down.
Right.
Yeah. And places like these give those places bad names.
Yeah.
That's why I'm offended, because I went to Teen Challenge as an adult, and it was phenomenal there. It helped me so much, and I don't want people to think that, oh, they're like that also.
Right. And Blaine, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the differences that, like what Deb said is 100% correct. But, of course, like with any organization, there's going to be bad apples, but
Yeah.
one of the distinguishing factors in what enables some of these places to get away with the atrocities that they do is they're not state funded. And so they don't have the oversight like that your husband would do, Deb. And someone like, is this where Paris Hilton went? She went to a very, very fancy version of one of these places, but it was the same concept.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was reading this article, okay, so and I've been doing a lot of research into this. So over the years, people have complained about it, and even state officials have seen where they have broken rules and did things, and all they have done is told them several times to make a corrective action plan and say what they're not going to do to encounter problems like this again. And I mean, that's as far as it goes. I guess when you're privatized, and it's I don't know if they don't want to step in because it's a church thing. I'm pretty sure it's Catholic, a Catholic organization. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look into that, but I do know it's a religious thing, and that's given a bad name too, towards that aspect. Like him, this is from Triangle Cross Ranch. This guy will actually be on my live. He will be coming on sharing his story on Saturday. His name is Andrew Scaboza. And
that's so funny. I just happened to pull him up and go, oh, let me show this.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you did, because this is what he encountered. They told him in order to get into the advanced teenager part, young adult part of this, he had to get branded by a cross. And after he had done it, he found out that he was the only one that had happened to, and he still has the scar to this day.
Wow. Oh, that's unfortunate. And I read that they would not let any of the girls or the boys talk to their families without being like someone else being on the line and listening, and that they controlled their conversations and kept them isolated from their families.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I've been talking to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Blaine. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, as we were doing this live, I've been talking to a couple of the people, and they've been kind of explaining some things to me. And, they would, like no matter who they talked to, even if a state official came in, they were, they're monitoring every moment, and letters that are getting written, they have to say certain things, or certain things they can't say, or in the article I read that if it said something, they would rip it up and make them rewrite it. I asked one of the girls that I was talking to, and she said that is 100% true. So imagine not being able to tell your parents the abuse that you're going through.
Well, and the reason why was because the parents are the ones that are paying the facilities.
Yeah.
And so if parents are given the real information, the facility is not going to be given the money. So
right, and at around $6,000 a month to be exact.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
The families believe they're doing something good. The parents believe that there's positive, things happening. And when you're for any family, when you're at the point where you get to this point where you send your child or your loved one off to a facility like this, you're at a point where you'll do anything and you're desperate. So to be given positive results, you will write that next check, and that's what these facilities are banking on.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're feeding off of the parents, you know what I mean, and the grandparents. I know. See, when I went to Teen Challenge, they told my parents, I mean, I'm an adult, but they told my parents that, hey, it's critical in the first 30 days. He's going to try to do everything he can to come home. He'll tell you whatever he wants to, what you want to hear, but Always second guess it and check for yourself where, you know what I mean? Make sure that it is true. Make sure what's going on. Make sure it's the best interest for him. You know what I mean? They talked him through it, and if my parents had any questions, they called up and then they would, say, hey, here's proof. You can come check it out. Whereas these types of facilities don't do that.
Right. Because there is truth to some of what you just said, Blaine, right? There are things that you will, if you're an addict or you're in a situation like that, you will say whatever you have to get out of the situation or facility. So, but these people are playing on those insecurities and those deceptions from what their loved ones have put them through.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna say whatever you can, and I find it hard to believe, that 25, if not more, girls that are telling the same story are lying. And since these girls have stepped out, other people are stepping out, and I find that hard to believe. Like some of these girls didn't even go there at the same time, or were in different graduating classes or different years. I find that hard to believe that their stories collaborate. You know what I mean? It's not like they talk to each other. Some are from Lexington, Kentucky. Some are from Denver, Colorado. Some are from California.
Yep.
And
of all people, Paris Hilton does have a documentary out on, like I said, hers was like a high price, 5-star type of place, but she was still subjected to abuse. And I'm like, it's weird to say Paris Hilton, but there's a documentary out by Paris Hilton that is incredibly informative on what some of these places are like.
Right. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. I just don't. I can't.
Sure hers was like. I'm sure hers was the Ritz-Carlton of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That I can't imagine. I guess it happens in that aspect of it too. Even celebrities, getting taken advantage of. I would like to see that and see what that looks like, because I want to see, she's not, some of these girls had to use the bathroom in buckets, you know what I mean? Only getting to take a shower twice a week for 5 minutes, and I don't think Paris is going to, she's not going to do that.
She did actually, according to her, she did go through some of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm going to have to check that out. That's crazy.
I can't remember the name of it. I'll see if I can find the link to it. I'll send it to you. I think it was on Hulu or one of those. But it was really, because I'm like, I watched it almost like kind of thinking like, Paris Hilton, really? No, I'm like, I'm not going to buy this. But I came off of it being like, wow. And she had tons and tons of girls that went through it with her that backed up everything she said.
Wow, I'm gonna have to check that out. That's awesome.
And they almost even, like you said, they almost even manipulated the fact that they were even richer people into it because they could manipulate more money out of them.
Right. Yeah, you can do. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
you doing drugs. She was, she was sneaking out. She was doing drugs. She was, in her family's mind, not, adhering to what she should be doing. And, she dropped out of school and, she was a party girl and, her family did everything they thought they could do to help her and finally sent her to one of these facilities and she was abused.
Wow. Yeah. I've never encountered that at one of these facilities. The worst thing I had to do is when I got in trouble there, I had to dig up a tree stump. That took me 3 days, but I did it. You know what I mean? That's the worst thing I encountered. And it was part of my discipline for doing something wrong. Some of these, I can only imagine, especially with Paris Hilton, man, like that's on a different, those celebrities on a different scale, they want to get that help. So these people are going to take advantage of them even worse. on that, but they're not gonna, they're gonna go through that. Like this girl right here, I'm sorry to change the subject, but this girl right here had a very hard time. She was they forced her to carry bales of hay, and she has a very very weak bones, and she ended up having to have surgery on her feet. And after 5 months, when her parents came to take her home from surgery, and they seen it, they pulled her out of that place.
Good. Yeah. And again, I'm not saying Paris Hilton had it as bad as, I'm sure Paris Hilton had it better than a lot of these girls.
Oh yeah,
she just shined a light on some of it that I had not.
Yeah. Abuse is abuse, though, no matter who you are, famous or not. It's not for nobody.
She's one of those people, though, that's hard to feel sorry for sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I seen her in The Simple Life.
1 second, guys. Lewis, if that's you, I'm going to check with you in Messenger, okay? Just because you don't have.
Sonny, I didn't see you down there.
It's okay.
Do what?
Lewis, show me your face in the background so I know it's you, dude. Lewis, yeah, I just want to see that it's you. No, I can't. Oh, there you are. Okay.
At these, there, I think it was at Triangle Cross Ranch. There was reports of suicidal and homicidal attempts, and all the government did was ask them to make changes and make a corrective action plan. That's it. That's all the report that came on to it when they intervened into that on this. And it's a family running this, running both of these organizations.
Mm-hmm.
And so the lawsuit right now is they're talking about human, trafficking, like for work. What is that? I can't remember what it's called, but there's a lawyer who saw, I think out of Tennessee, if I'm correct, these TikToks, and he jumped up in the case to file the lawsuit for these women against this place. And Trinity Teen Solutions actually sued some of the girls for defamation of character because of comments that they left on I think it was Yelp or Google or something like that. It's been a very interesting. It's been a very interesting topic. I've been reaching out to several of the survivors, several of the people involved, and hopefully Andrew will be on Saturday. If not, I have another girl who's going to be on Saturday. If Andrew comes on Saturday, then next Saturday's lined up for another one of the girls that's involved in the lawsuit.
This is great to know that, like, on Saturday, like I said, that Andrew is going to be coming on.
We miss Andrew.
Not that Andrew.
But to tell his story, and share. That's great that you reached out, Blaine, and because people need a voice. Some people, again, if this is an outlet for them, and there's a lot of people that don't want to talk about things out in public, and there's other ones that do. So it's great. So you guys, I just dropped, of course, the link for the episode that Blaine did do on what's Thursday? No, Friday, Saturday. Sorry,
Saturday.
What time, Blaine?
I'm gonna shoot for 9:30, if not 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Eastern Standard Time, correct?
Eastern Standard Time, yes. And I did a little, just if you want a little bit of insight, I did a little short video. You guys can go to my channel and watch too. I have one of the TikToks from one of the girls' testimonies on there, and there's pictures of Angie and her husband, and you can kind of see the cabins that the girls stayed in. So I'm going to keep updating on this, my series on this. This will be my main focal point right now until this is resolved. And obviously I'll be doing a lot of other things, but I'll try to keep you updated as much as I can with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you say you dropped a video on?
Yeah, I dropped the video. It's a short I put it together. I posted it, I think, yesterday or the day
Was it
before.
your Trinity Teens one?
Yeah, it's the Never Ending Nightmare
Yeah.
Trinity Teens. Yeah, that
I
one.
watched that today.
Yeah, I posted that. That's the one I'm talking about. It's got
So the
the
one
girl at the end of it.
3:30. The one that's 3:34. 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Yep, that's the one I'm
Okay.
talking about.
Let me just.
Yeah, so I don't know. You can probably play it, really.
Blaine and Deb Jumpin' Jack Flash is asking if you are going to the Delphi Bridge on October 29th.
I won't be. I'm house arrest.
I wanted to, but unfortunately my son has a college soccer game that day.
Mm-hmm.
Story of my life. But I would love to go.
Sunny and I'll be there.
Yeah, you guys probably.
You might, Adam.
I won't be there. I'll be on house arrest.
Oh, yeah.
I would never tell anyone if I was going.
I know. I'd be afraid to get shot.
Yeah.
Let me play this video real quick, okay, guys, and then we'll get back into it. 1 sec.
Yeah, no worries. What up though? It's Blaine here from Extracted Thoughts, giving you an update on my series called The Never Ending Nightmare for the 2 camps out there in Wyoming. Man, as of September 10th, right now, they are undergoing a lawsuit. It's pushing forward for the pre-trial investigations for owners Angie and Jerry Woodward, the owners of Trinity Teens Solutions in Triangle Cross Ranch. Angie's father owns that, which this Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be having one of the fellas that went to Triangle Cross Ranch join us for our live. So make sure you stay tuned this week as I progress forward with this investigation and trying to speak out for them. Just wanted to drop some pictures of some things on here, the ranch that the girls went to, and I'm still reaching out, and I ask that you guys try to look into this article a little bit more and try to support this movement as well. I'll show you a couple pictures of Angie and Jerry Woodward. They're going through the pretrial status right now, and this Saturday, again at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have Andrew on with us, who was a victim of Triangle Cross Ranch, which was the boys' part of the family that owned Trinity Teen Solutions. So thank you guys. Much love. Connect, donate, like, share, subscribe.
The girl who had to live on the hill by herself in a tent and was isolated for a year because she wouldn't submit to conversion therapy. He was on solo on the hill behind the cabin. She had a tarp and a cooler with no ice with raw carrots, bread, cans of tuna. One time there was a flash flood and her tarp and all her stuff washed away, but staff didn't want to break her challenge, so they let her stand under the porch with the dogs to dry off until the flood was over, and then she had to go back out on the hill. And she found out parents whose daughters were put on solo were charged more because it was special therapy they could have done at their own house. It's a program's philosophy that gay people were bad and that you should shun them and not interact with them. And that's why Becky was isolated for a year, because once she was straight, she could come back to the group, but she refused to admit it. And that's why she was there for 3 years till she was 19. So I'm sure eventually she faked it just to get out.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, so yeah, crazy. That's what it does remind me of. Like someone said earlier, stuff like this just reminds me of like cults to me. You know, you
Yeah.
go in and then it's what they make it seem like, and unfortunate. But and another thing I'm going to say too is like it's like meaning these kids, these teenagers must be talking to their parents and telling them how shitty it is there and how they're treated. Are the parents just thinking that they're like making it
Well,
up or exaggerating
No,
it?
we actually talked about that a few minutes ago, that they stand over the kids and they do not allow them to say what's going on. They use intimidation
Oh,
tactics. Yeah.
okay. Yeah. But it's too bad that there is places out there like this, because there simply is. And
Right.
you know again, thank you, Blaine, for bringing awareness to this, because again, I didn't know about it. I read about it today. I read the article, and yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just heartbreaking to know that there's places out there like this. And I think Steph has said something like, oh, isn't that the one, like one of the ones that Dr. Phil recommends or something like that?
I'm not sure. I'll
I'm
have to
not
look
sure
into that.
either.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not. Because you know how it is, what you people, what they see on the outside. It just, in my head, all I can picture is that, when people are like, come to our ranch, this beautiful place, with the flowers grow and the horses graze, and then once you get there, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I actually called them. I'm waiting on a call back.
Okay.
I have it on recording, so as long as I'm trying to talk to them and see what kind of BS they're gonna feed me, because I'm pretending I want my daughter to go there.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Look at you,
So
fake note. Okay, yeah, because I mean, obviously, if you ask them information just normally, like how say a reporter would, they're obviously be
yeah,
like, no comment, no comment.
yeah, no comment, no comment. So
Yeah,
hopefully I'll get some kind of reply in that. Um, you know, uh,
I'm
it's
really
just heartbreaking.
yeah, and I'm really looking forward to listening to the guest that's going to be on.
Mhm.
Because there's nothing more real when you're listening to someone that literally has lived it and is coming on to talk about it, and you hear the victims talking instead
Yeah,
of the Trinity place talking, trying
yeah,
to make it sound like.
absolutely. I've just during this whole live, I've been talking to one of the victims and prepping her and talking
Okay.
to her about things, and man, just what she said and some of the uh, hurt you can feel.
Yeah.
Um, it's like, man, I'm surprised. Like, how did you make it through this? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I would have, like they're killing people. Even though they're not dead, they're killing people in ways that you can only imagine, man.
It's so sad.
Yeah. What's
It's,
sad? Go ahead, Adam.
I was saying, and I'm so proud of you, Blaine, for bringing attention to this, because, I mean, it's such an important thing that was not on a lot of people's radar, and I commend you for that. And whatever support, or if you need any behind the scenes help, just let me know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely. I appreciate that.
Because at the end of the day, there's so many things going on in this world, and we can only, there's only so much, we can do ourselves, and that's what makes it great when people do create channels, and and exactly give voices to the voiceless, or give voiceless to victims, for people that speak out, and that will be one of the most rewarding things always is doing that for other people. So if anyone out there that is watching tonight, whatever, if you ever considered bringing up your channel, it's for, like, honestly, it makes a huge impact on people. Even for yourself, even if someone that's watching is a victim of it, in a sense, it's very therapeutic when you can tell your story and as well have other people tell their stories, because you can connect with exactly like yourself. You took on this because you connected with it, obviously, you know, which
Yeah,
is again why you chose um, the Trinity Teens here. So
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. And Boston Christian, yes, it is a Christian facility.
yeah.
And I'll have to look and see if CPS has got involved, Aussie.
Hmm. Yep. Okay. Um, yeah. I know. Do you have to work tomorrow? By the way.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
actually.
Okay. So I was gonna say, do you want to wrap it up with yourself there, Blaine? Because uh, again, on Saturday at what time? At 9:30 or 10?
We'll just go with 10 p.m. since I said it in the
Okay.
video. We'll go with 10 p.m. Eastern time, so that way everybody knows. Come on my channel.
Yeah.
We'll be having Andrew on there. He'll be giving his testimony and some information and standing out. Hopefully his wife will be with him, because she was actually at Trinity Teen Solutions, and they met through Facebook, a Facebook support group because of this. So
And yeah, and then on Friday's live, we'll drop the link on it. Maybe do your thumbnail on that ahead of time, so that when I drop it, I can actually drop the link for
yeah,
the,
I'll go ahead and do that.
the
I'll get
live.
confirmation from him. If he's
Yeah.
not on, I definitely have somebody else coming on. So either way, it's going to be a treat Saturday.
Or maybe you'll have them both on.
I won't be around Saturday, but I will catch her on the replay.
Okay, for sure. Well, I love you guys. I am
Yeah.
about to go to bed. I am tired.
Right.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
send our love to Ashleigh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's. They're making her go to rehab for 30 days.
Yeah, but please send our love.
Yeah.
Definitely. She definitely. I don't know if I told you last time. She said she loved you guys and thank you for the care and concern. So
We're here for anything she needs.
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Blaine. Thanks so much, and we'll see you. Well, like I said, I'll talk to you before then, and
Oh yeah.
we'll drop it. We'll remind people on Friday as well, and I'll come watch you on Saturday. Remind
All
me I'm
right.
not doing anything.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Take
Bye.
care.
Bye,
Thanks so
Blaine.
much.
Good night.
Yeah. Okay. Deb, Adam, I'm not really sure about you. I know Lewis could talk about Delphi still for a while. Yeah. And no offense to that, because I still got some time here myself, but I'm not sure about what Deb and Adam exactly are doing. Do you guys need to get going, or do you guys want to talk about Delphi again, or anything, or anything else that you?
I'm available.
We're fine.
mean,
We're fine.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll hop off if we need
Well, I was
to.
gonna say,
Thank you.
just because I don't know what you guys like, if Deb, if you have something in the morning, or if Adam needs to be up early
Right.
and is tired, whichever. Either
Right.
way,
Thank
do
you.
Dry little
Lewis,
tired.
do you have a little extra time?
I've got to be up until 4, so I'll be here all night.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
not, yeah. My husband will have something else to say. But yeah.
Sonny,
Okay, so
he means 4 Eastern Standard Time.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no. I'm Central.
He's
Oh.
central.
Damn
Oh.
you, Lewis.
When there's just like Mikey Hiddle, I think it is, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
there's this spot where it goes from 2 hours to 3 hours, because that confused me too, because I was like, well, but that's just right, and still in Indiana over there, but right, there's a different point where it changes, and you're in that time zone where it's I guess 11:15 now, right?
Well, what's horrible is when I'm at my building, because the side of the road that I'm on connects to the proper tower, but across the street connects to the tower for Lafayette where it changes. And my phone switches all the time, and I won't know it switches, and it will not work until I shut it off and turn it back on. It gets stuck between towers, and it's not fun.
Yeah. And I think I told you this before. When I lived in Lloydminster, and Lloydminster is half in Alberta. No, I don't
Yeah.
want to say half. It's 3/4 in Alberta, and a quarter in Shittsville, Saskatchewan, basically the little shit end of Saskatchewan there. And thanks, Renee. Thanks so much for saying that. Renee said great live tonight on my messenger here. But so when so me and my husband ran a hotel there, and it was so it's on the meridian basically, and the I think it's the 49th parallel. But anyways, they actually put the red big things, the red pillars in the a block in the wrong spot. But regardless, it's like that's when you hit Saskatchewan. So for about another, let's just say 6 blocks, it's the Saskatchewan side. So was a very confusing town because you had to go do certain things for Alberta and certain things for Saskatchewan, but everybody used the hospital. So it was just really strange. But anyways, people, when we ran the hotel, people would say, can I have an alarm set for, 2:30? And you're like, so for half of the year before the time changes or whatever, where we would be the same time as Alberta and Saskatchewan, we would, so 5 o'clock would be 5 o'clock. But as soon as it changed, because Saskatchewan doesn't move, but Alberta does. So for half of the year, basically, you're like, okay, so is that the Alberta wake up time you want or the Saskatchewan? But in your vehicle, because it was about 20 miles out, is where the tower was. Anyways, in your vehicle, sometimes you'd be driving along and the thing would just switch on you. And sometimes your alarm would be different because it would just switch. So it became a little bit of a pain in the ass how your clock would say 2:30. The next thing you know, you're driving, it's like saying 3:30. And you're like, but I'm literally going more into the Alberta side and it's switching on us. So I always thought that was kind of crazy. But the parallel was, I don't know what's the wording for that. The parallel was already sold or whatever. Or Lloydminster was already purchased in a sense, or however you want to claim. And meanwhile, while that was going on, the 49th parallel, I think, was happening. So that's why it ended up kind of part of it in Alberta, part of it in Saskatchewan, because it's kind of like two deals were going on at the same time or something like that. I remember thinking, reading. But anyways, so you're 2 hours difference. So what else would you like to bring up with Delphi that you have some thoughts about?
Was that directed towards me or?
Well, no, I was looking
Yeah.
at the sky when I said it, but no. Just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm still hooked. I'm still hooked on what you told me the other day about how there was 2 different drinking ages at that hotel.
Oh yes, the 18 and 19. Yeah.
That must have been a nightmare.
All you had to do was come over to, Saskatchewan was actually 19 years old. It's Alberta that's 18 years old. So all they had to do was cross over to the Alberta border a few blocks away and be like, okay, I'm legally can drink here now. So it was kind of cool.
My question would be with that is, what if you get pulled over once you cross the line?
Correct. Well, then you're in shit now, aren't you?
Yeah, you're young for drinking, but it's.
Well, let me just put it this way: at the end of the day, the rules still apply.
Yeah.
So that's what it comes down to. The rules still apply. So you might be drunk, so you better be walking home or taking a cab home. Out here in a big.
My question is, would they be able to get you for underage drinking once you crossed over into the other?
Oh, I see.
Were you supposed to follow the rules by where your license was or where you were present?
Nope, just where you're present. Yeah. So if somebody was drinking, stumbled over, across to the border, it's not like they would arrest them. No.
Yeah.
Because obviously they were allowed to drink on the one side. It's a different story if you're caught drinking and driving, though. Obviously.
Yeah. No, definitely different.
But yeah. Okay. Dude, so go ahead. Anyways, sorry, someone just sent me an email here. Just taking a quick
sure.
No, so I was just gonna say, like, is there something else that was on your mind with the whole Delphi thing going on? You've talked about different things tonight, so I wasn't sure if there's something else that we could talk about or discuss again.
Well, I'm open for any questions, but like I said, there's so many different paths to follow. It makes it almost sound like I'm in a million different directions, but that's because it's just people I can't rule out. So when I talk to people I know about it, they'll question, well, wait a minute, you said it was this. Well, no, my one theory is this. I've got 3 strong theories, but they can get a little crazy.
Oh, you know what? There's a question here in my email.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to read it out. I'm not going to say
Sure.
who sent it, but I'm just going to read it out. So it says, I have I don't watch this channel, but I have Apophis or whatever, and Aphrodite both said that, okay, that when they talk about Aphrodite, or Aphrodite, however you say it.
Aphrodite?
No, it's this reader, like a card reader online. He's really cool. Anyways,
Yeah, his name is
'Cause that's what
Aphrodite.
yeah, that's what Aphrodite does.
Yeah.
but his name isn't Aphrodite. It's Aphrodite. It's his
Oh,
name is.
I've never
Oh,
seen
maybe
it.
that's a different guy. There is
I'll show you.
there is a person, Aphrodite, that does readings, that did one on Delphi.
Yeah, no, I think you guys are getting the name mixed up though.
Yeah,
Because
probably.
the only thing is that his name is actually Aphrodite, because when you look at it, it looks like Aphrodite, but it's Aphrodite. And so, where is he? Where is Aphrodite there? Oh, normally he comes up. How come I have to scroll down? Let's see here. Yeah, because I'm coming up Aphrodite Delphi, but I'm not seeing him. How come I don't see him? Normally I just type it in and I see him. Anthrodite. Will you Google that, Deb or somebody?
I'm trying to, but it's not coming up. Say it again. Antrodite.
Oh, is it Antphrodite?
Oh, let's see. No, it's Aphrodite, because I have it right here in my.
Aphrodite comes up. Antphrodite comes up under Delphi, and that's the one that did the psychic reading.
Okay.
Aphrodite. Yeah.
Sonny, I'm sending in a messenger.
Aphrodite.
Sonny, I'm sending in a messenger.
Okay, I think I have it. No, I got it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I do it.
Hello.
You know what? Do you guys actually want to watch this and listen to it?
Sure.
Yeah, like, do you guys want to? Because I always love going back to this guy, actually. Hold on a second. Let me just.
But you said he had a question in the email?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Squirrel. Okay. Squirrel. Okay.
Your green screen fuzzing.
Mine is.
Yeah.
Oh, here,
it must be getting dark.
I'm just gonna go do this. Yeah, it is getting dark. And it's because I have like a green shirt on too. That's why it's doing it, more a green sweater. It comes off looking blue, but it's really green, like a aqua green. But anyways, so person says, so Anthony both said the timing and evidence was off. If this is true, then everyone's alibi is shot and there is a cover up going on. Wasn't Libby's phone scrubbed? ? Something's not right about this case. Watch the eye of a office. He said that the photo on the bridge was a mixture of 3 templates. Abby wasn't on the bridge that day. Really? Really? Okay.
That's the theory that's going around. And actually, it's funny you bring that up, because that's one of the reasons why I delved into proving that the pictures could have been taken earlier, because everyone was going off of that picture originally, saying that she was photoshopped in, and the clouds look different. And
yeah,
that's
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's an easy to rule out type idea.
Yeah. So no offense to the person that emailed that, because if that's your pattern, so be it. But I personally believe that's just one of the biggest crock of shits to ever, for my eyes to even witness. When people went down that line, it's just absurd. It's really just absurd.
That's lizard. That's lizard people material.
And I don't watch that on Eye of a Sophist person at all. I think that's probably for the reason of it. But so no offense to, like I said, to the person that emailed that in. It's just that it's kind of like, come on, at what point does it get ridiculous? And
it makes as much sense as seeing 32 bodies under the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Right.
a little odd too.
But let's talk about the part of it where though it's like the timing is off. So
Yeah.
And like we were talking about with the pictures, if the pictures are done perhaps differently or sent differently, then obviously that would create the timing to be off somewhat a bit.
Well, see, I don't think it throws the timing off to where it affects the case. I think it just
Right.
throws off the judging of where he was and when he got there, because you're still going to send the pictures at that time. You're still doing the video at that time. I think the only thing it changes is the fact that BG on the bridge did not have to walk as fast as they're trying to make it seem, and that these pictures could have been taken a little bit earlier and then sent at that later time, which now opens up the ability to not question why he's not in the picture with Abby.
I'm not in, yeah, and I'm not into this whole freaking, what do they want to call it? What's the word I want to use when someone takes this picture and then or believes that the girls are still alive,
Yeah,
and all that stuff. Come on, like that is just beyond the scope of rational thinking to think that somehow the police did this massive cover up, that they put Libby on the bridge that day.
correct.
Right, that they faked the BG video.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
It's, I mean, it's the epitome of the pizza place conspiracy with the children's. It's all of the QAnon stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm not getting political, but it is. It's the same conspiracy level as QAnon.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not into that type of conspiracy myself because I don't mind thinking about stuff, but there's no way that I'm ever gonna one iota give a thought to that whole thing. Just like I'm not gonna give a thought to 32 people underneath the bridge that day. It's ridiculous. Now, if someone wants to tell me that possibly the bodies were dragged from the river, okay, even though I'm not necessarily believe that at all, it could be true, might not be, but that at least has some substance to it, but not that there's 32 people hiding underneath the bridge and some dead bodies to go with it. That's just absurd.
Right, or that Becky's moving a book and a video
yeah,
for the purpose of drawing attention to it. It's
correct.
Right.
It's not rational. It's actually delusional.
If you watch that video closely, you could see in her eyes she's just looking at something all over the place to try to give something to reference. It almost looks like she's just struggling with the interview and trying to find something to focus on.
Right.
She's got that nervous where she's moving left and right, and she's like, "Oh, this is something she had." And she's looking for things to make a conversation out of. Because I think interviews are one thing, but when you're being put on the spot in your house, reliving something like that with somebody that's questioning you, that's a stressful situation.
Yes.
And I read that as her just looking for something to show him to create more conversation.
Right. Yeah.
His interviews are not real direct. He leaves open questions, which I think is why I found Tobe's interviews to be so helpful, because it's like he's making him talk without giving him questions. And I think the same thing with her, but she reacted differently.
Well, and I feel like with James Renner, he was welcomed into not only their home,
yes,
he was welcomed into Libby's bedroom.
Yeah.
And he was given access to such an intimate environment that the family couldn't have been comfortable with that, even though they welcomed him in. And he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can see where that would have been a very uncomfortable. Just being in that environment for Becky had to have been emotional at that moment.
Oh, definitely. You can see it in her eyes.
Going through that in a public manner, I think, and then to have that criticized to me was just despicable.
Yeah.
Not by James Renner, but by people dissecting her.
Yeah, they're reading into something that I don't think is there.
Right, because they're bored and they need something to look into. Because they have to create a conspiracy in every little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I like I said, for me, I'm just not into that stuff. And at the end of the day,
it's like saying Mike Patty's at Flora, right?
It's really it just boils down to common sense. I mean, common sense is really just the gist of the word. And when those channels create that stuff, I don't know what either. I'm sorry, but either they got a few loose brain cells going on in order to come up with that content, even because it's just ridiculous. That type of content to me,
Yeah.
it's so far fetched and so far out there that it's laughable, is what it is.
Yeah.
But someone can do and watch and say or think whatever they want. It's totally up to you. But it's called the Let's Get Real world here. And let's really look at the things that are out there properly without introducing a bunch of different stuff that doesn't even make sense to the case. And that absolutely does not make sense.
Right.
I hope you don't feel like we're bashing you to the person that.
Not to, yeah, not to, it's just in general.
It's more about the fact of, if you want to go down a path, look at the proper things that are out there, that are the proper things that are being said, and not some twisted turns and all these different crazy stuff of, some self-proclaimed person that's going, oh, they took 3 templates and they did all this. Well, I mean, like a lot of us can do that, but there's some really crazy shit out there. I just don't buy into any of that stuff, because this is about trying to understand the case.
Right.
On a
To me,
realistic
this falls just in line with the people that claimed Sandy Hook never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's watch the video, guys. Yeah, and then we'll kind of.
Is this the video from 2018?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He only did one.
Yeah, I didn't know if he did a second one and that's what you found.
No,
or if this is the original.
Yeah, I tried to ask him to, but he never did ever respond back.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay. But yeah, let's play it.
Hello, 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 hello. Aphrodite here, your pop culture psychic. So remember, these readings are all alleged for entertainment purposes. See someone buying for one person, King of Wands. Someone comes in, puts money into something, transforms it.
I think I clicked on the wrong one. Just give me a second.
that opening I don't remember. I haven't seen that video since I think 19, but I don't remember it starting that way with Delphi.
I think it was just the fact that I freaking saw pink, but it's just because I clicked on Delphi.
Okay.
And oh my goodness, he has a lot. So let's go into his playlist here. Does he have? Shoot. Well, hold on. I put in Delphi. Come on, come up. Delphi. Which one is Delphi here? Why do I normally? Oh, here it is. Okay. Is it still showing that? Do I have to stop the screen and share it again? I think, and then we'll share again. Okay.
I'll tell you, the psychic that you had on a while back, I have a lot of strength towards her readings. I wish she would do another fresh reading and not just reiterate everything she did from that original one. I don't remember her name, but
yeah, Angela Thomas.
Yeah, I think that if she did a fresh read, I would be really intrigued as to what she came up with.
Okay, hold on a second. Why I'm just screwing up apparently here. So stop screen. I literally just found the stupid thing. Oh no, this is Delphi. Okay.
Well,
my bad. Okay, let's get back. Sorry, I thought I had the wrong one again, but I didn't. I had the right one this time.
Oh, good.
Okay, there we go. And make it. Oops. Let me just turn off my microphone so we don't hear the echo. Okay.
They went missing within, I think, 3 hours. It was like 1 to 4 or something like that. They had a suspect. The sketch changed. They changed suspects multiple times. Nobody really knows what happened. One of the girls has a recording of one of the guys who they think did it, of him saying, go down the river or something like that. So, or down the hill, go down the hill. So that's pretty much all anyone knows. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull a general spread to look at what could have happened that day. And then I'm also going to pull a spread to see about specific suspects, like to see if they have the suspect or, you know, what it is. I mean, I might be able to get like imagery around one of the suspects, and maybe you guys can help me figure out if that fits one of them. We'll see. But as always, remember that these are for entertainment purposes only, and it is all alleged. So let's go ahead and get started. Oh, and once again, this is the Tarot of the Haunted House. So if you guys are interested, I'll also be using the Dark Mirror Oracle deck as well. What? Why is there a 5 of Swords reversed? That is really weird. So, oh, I got the chills already. 5 of Swords being reversed is issues with details, which means somebody messed with the evidence. What? The 5 of Swords being reversed is always issues with details. So timing is off. The timing is off. How much proof do they have about the timing of all this stuff that happened? Timing is off and evidence is off. The 7 of Cups is reversed, which is about having to be realistic and have your bubble burst. And the 8 of Pentacles is wasted time or effort. So this is complete misdirection. This reads as complete misdirection. This literally reads as misdirection. Wait a minute. Do they think that the girls knew this guy? I'm confused. See, I do my research and I still don't know. This, whatever. The Knight of Pentacles is upright. So Knight of Pentacles is consistency, okay? The King of Cups is reverse. Now, this is an emotionally cold individual. But I pulled the 4 of Swords, which is a rejection and healing of wounds. Are we sure that they didn't know him at all? Are we sure? Because it wouldn't surprise me if they had seen him somewhere before and either turned him down or said something, because this guy is butthurt. This is butthurt. I can't figure out why he's butthurt, but he is butthurt. This is like, this would be like if you rejected someone or told them no. This is like, I can't handle no. I'm wondering if this is revenge. I wonder if it's even connected to the girls or someone they know. This is someone that can't handle no. Like flat out, this is an individual that cannot handle no. So I'm wondering, and this is consistency, I'm wondering if it's something that, if it's someone that they had an altercation or an interaction with previously. Because I even pulled the 4 of Cups, which is literally like ill. That's like apathy, like ugh, like leave me alone. The 7 of Pentacles is reversed as well, okay, and the 2 of Wands. So sometimes this is a proposition for sex, sometimes this is a fight. But either way, it's like trying to make someone uncomfortable. It's like making me uncomfortable. It's like you make me uncomfortable, you're a creep. Dude, it's literally the Hangman. Sacrifice, Page of Swords reverse. I don't want to fight. Queen of Swords. Why were they willingly listening to him? So this means that he got them to go where they didn't want to go. How did he get them to go where he wanted them to go without forcing them? Like technically he forced them, but he didn't like force them physically. This would be like a trap. Because the Queen of Swords is reversed. So the Queen of Swords being reversed is like, Queen of Swords being reversed is like being isolated or alienated, right? And then we see the Hangman. He doesn't want to let go of whatever this is. This is like, I wonder if this is revenge based. I'll have to pull from the Dark Mirror Oracle deck. And the Page of Swords is reversed, which means I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. This guy had a... What? Okay. This guy has the Justice cards up, right? So this guy has... This guy 100%, allegedly for entertainment purposes only. This guy has a criminal background or has been a suspect, because this would be the justice system. Okay. And I pulled the Knight of Swords reverse and the Ace of Cups, which the Ace of Cups is like bonds or loving bonds, potentially ex or someone we loved, and the Knight of Swords reverse, which means that he's done something to someone that he's loved before. It also means that he has a habit of looking one way and being another. So this would be someone who showcases as like a really good Samaritan, but is nothing of the sort. Like this is someone who has some sort of double life or double impact. Why did I pull the Hierophant? That's religion. Page of Pentacles is money and expectations. The Tower card is reversed, which means something went wrong. This doesn't read as a murder to me. This reads as money motivated, which means something must have went wrong with the Tower. The Tower is like, so Tower is a restructuring of like a foundation. So if I pull a Tower, it means how it started and how it ended are much different. It wasn't intended to go this way. And I even pulled this card, which I'm confused. So Hierophant is like commitment, marriage, or religion. So I can't really place that just yet. Did they know this guy? Ten of Swords is like a betrayal. So that has to, and the Knight of Swords, it's underneath the Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords would be a knight in shining armor, but we've already established that he's not because it's reversed. And the Ten of Swords is a betrayal. The Knight of Pentacles is upright. Okay, so Nine of Pentacles is like, that's like I'm single and I do it for me. That's like I'm single, I do it for me. But I make money from it. I don't get it. It's like I'm interested because I'm somewhat attracted, but I make money from this. I don't understand it. The Ace of Wands is literally my dick card, by the way. So like, hello. But it's also like something that they've done before. Ace of Wands is old patterns coming back. What the hell is this? The Four of Wands is the environment. So it has to be, this person has to either own a business or be in like, they either have to own a business or they have to have some sort of like safe place. Four of Wands. And it's not. The Ten of Wands is reversed as well with the Queen of Wands, which this is another individual, Queen of Wands and Ten of Wands. This would be like someone who feigns like they can help you. Ten of Wands would be like, I'm relieving the burdens off your back. Queen of Wands is reversed. It's like, I can help you, but it's not. I pulled the Death card too, which is weird. They definitely fought back. Seven of Wands and the Nine of Cups. He wasn't getting what he wanted. This guy, so I can't really place this. Either this guy tried to do something before, like a different day, or to them and they like got away from him, and he was like stalking them allegedly, or this guy, I think he accidentally took something too far. Empress is reversed, Page of Cups is reversed, and the King of Swords is upright. This guy has a connection to a motherly figure in this girl's life. He has a connection to a motherly figure in this girl's life, or a nurturing figure. He has a connection to a nurturing figure in their life. Has to. The Page of Cups is reversed and the King of Swords, which means this person has a double life. Again, I'm telling you, it's a double life. Feigning sensitivity and attachment. I did read that there was something about a car. I don't remember what the Wikipedia said. I don't want to distract myself now. So the Chariot would be the car, okay? The Knight of Cups reverse and the High Priestess. I don't think that has any relevance to this. High Priestess is like trust and healing. I don't think that the car or the vehicle that they saw is correct. Something's off about that. I can't figure that out. Something's off about the car. Because Page of Wands is reversed and Hermit's reversed, which means that whatever they got with the vehicle, girl, say one thing to another. That's misdirection. I'm worried about how this person has influence and impact. Three of Pentacles. This is a prominent job, so it's like a prominent figure. This person has impact. Money talks, girl. I knew it. Oh my God, it's like I'm psychic or something. Ooh, damn. I knew it. Ace of Pentacles. I knew it. I literally just said money talks, girl, and I pulled a money card. I knew it. Ooh. Girl, good luck, because this reads as alleged potential corruption. I'm pulling from the Dark Mirror Oracle deck right now. Is this revenge? What is this? Hiding your true self. Like I said, double life. Parasite, groomed. Has input himself into a lot of lives. Masquerade, hiding who he is. Literally, double life. These are my double life cards. Is this me? The least likely suspect. People would not believe that this person did it. They would not believe that this person did it. Anger and chains and obsession. This guy literally fixates on people. Artificial heart, potential sociopath. Sacrifice. Well, here's what I can tell you. I pulled the sacrifice card, which means that some sort of their house of cards has to already be crumbling or close to crumbling. Sacrifice is about losing it all. So this would be like the straw that broke the camel's back. Now, I don't particularly remember all of the suspects. And I should probably check. I'm going to pull from the astrology deck. What the hell? There's my revenge. But what? Huh. 2 for 1. Only one of them was his target. Only one of them was his target, and I think he wanted to isolate one of them. Taurus. Tangible and consistent. Only one of them was his target. Only one of them was his target. This reads as 2 for 1. This reads as 2 for 1. One of them was like collateral damage. In fact, I'm not even convinced. I'm not 100% convinced that he wanted to kill her. I think the other one witnessed it I think he accidentally did it. And I think the other one witnessed it, and I think he had to get rid of them. Either that or he got angry and frustrated. I can't really figure it out, but I don't see this as an intent to murder, because there was another purpose that he wanted them to serve. This reads as like, shut up. Oh, my chest is pounding. My heart is pounding. Prominent figure. People wouldn't believe. Can't really figure out the Hierophant there. I mean, Hierophant is marriage, so it could be that. It's also religion, so it could be that. I feel like the Hierophant is the answer here. I don't know. You guys tell me in the comments below. What do you guys think? You know what I want to know is, this is a pattern of behavior. This is something that has happened before. Like, this is something that's definitely happened before. Like, there has to be... I'm going to reshuffle. Let's pull one more time. I want to see if I can get more information on the person. See if we can get more information on the person. Okay. Well, there's the death card, in this instance, literal. This is the fight. Isn't this what I just pulled? Didn't I just pull this? Page of Cups, seven of Wands, and death for their death. This would be the death. The Seven of Wands is the fighting. They struggle. The Page of Cups is reversed. Knight of Swords. It's exactly what I literally just pulled. Knight of Swords means he showcases as a pure person when he's not. Empress is reversed, which means he has some sort of connection with a motherly figure or a nurturing figure, or at least an older sister figure, something like that. It's an older female figure that he has a connection with, or at least knew. This was his way in. A lot of people trust him. That there's an issue with the vehicle. I don't know. That seems like a red herring. Knight of Cups is reversed as well, which means this has been established since he was a kid, which means he's had bad behavior for a while. I don't know if anyone's know it yet. The Five of Pentacles is reversed, and interesting that I pulled Temperance here. I mean, that's a Ten of Pentacles, excuse me. Ten of Pentacles reversed and Temperance. Huh. Why? Well, Temperance is also Whispers for this deck. Temperance is also Whispers because this is a little bit of a gossip card. So there's for this specific deck, because obviously you can see there's two girls talking. So there's a little bit of like, this right here is the patience for the House of Cards crumbling. Like I said before, their House of Cards has to already be crumbling. It's also about a lot of money at stake, some sort of business. This would be about gossip. There has to be whispers. I'm telling you, something happened in the past. This King of Wands is sloppy. The details are messed up, and he's sloppy. Three of Swords is reversed. He doesn't deal with no very well. Seven of Swords is upright, which means he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, likes to prove himself. Ten of Cups is reversed as well, with the Judgment card and the Emperor. This dude is a very, very important person. At least he thinks so, but he has an impact because the Ten of Cups is like family, and Judgment card reversed is embarrassment. Like, it would humiliate him, and he would be massively embarrassed. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he already was humiliated and embarrassed for something adjacent to this. He also should have an ex or someone that has distanced themselves from him, that has nothing but horrible things to say about him. Six of Swords would be like trying to change a new life, have a new life, want to run away. Nine of Swords is distress. Yeah, a leopard never changes its spots. It's also someone who has put distractions in place. Someone who's pointed the finger at others. This is a big smoke screen. Yeah, Hermit's reversed. I think that this person's going to get caught for something similar or something adjacent. Similar meaning they have some sort of connection, but I don't know if it's necessarily a murder because this doesn't look like outright murder to me, at least the intended purpose. So this person should have or should be going down for something similar. I don't think it's the person that died. I don't think it's the suspect that died. This person has to have influence. This person has to have influence. I mean, I did pull a first pull death. But for some reason, people trust this guy, the High Priestess. High Priestess, death, and Hierophant. High Priestess is like a healer or healing. So people go to this person for healing or comfort. You know what? Let me see if I can pull up the list of suspects. Here it is. Okay. See, this guy killed himself, so it's not, I don't think it's that one. Oh boy, these are long. I don't know if I could read all of these. Oh wait, what is this? Bruce, who formerly worked as a pastor. Wait, what? High Priestess. Who are the other ones? This one. Registered. Well, I can't say for sure who did it, but that's interesting that there's a pastor, Hierophant, religion, High Priestess, healer, family, community, embarrassment, double life, death card. What does his thing say? Could receive the death penalty. It's highlighted here on the Wikipedia. Well, I don't know. I don't know who could have done it. But my wig just blew off, so I better go get some glue.
All right, that always made me laugh. Whoops. Hey, you guys can see my freaking thing. Oh, I didn't even mean to turn the camera apart because my thing starts getting dark and then whatever. But my wig blew off. That always cracks me up at the end because I didn't even notice. Okay. We'll talk
So
about
what
this.
I took from that,
What did you take from that, Adam?
that he didn't know.
Is there any? Yeah, I did. Is there anything out of it at all? Because I used to always go back to him because it felt like at the start that I understood the story and the people that were involved, and this would include Judge Fouts.
Yeah, see, I agree with you there. And a lot of the things he points out were not really talked about in 18.
Right. Yeah, because let's see. So Adam, you just literally took away nothing really?
No, I feel like his intentions were good. I feel like he's probably
Okay.
I felt like I felt like he went through a lot of steps to get to, I don't know, I feel like he made a lot of points that were half points, which I get isn't necessarily his fault. It can be what's coming to him. But I've had a lot of tarot card readings, and that was a lot of cards thrown down. So it felt like it was a very long process.
Yeah, that was a very deep read. That was a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So okay, so Deb, what about you? Do you take anything out of that?
That's not my thing. I don't delve in it at all. So
yeah, no,
I can't really respond to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting that answer, to be honest, because Some
I
people
knew
don't
you
know
were.
how to.
I
You
find
know
tarot
me.
cards very interesting. Though.
Yeah. Let me.
I have a
There is.
deck.
I'll say that there's 2 readers in my entire life that awed me, and the rest of them have bored me. And I wouldn't say I've done it a lot. I've probably done it about 6 times in my entire life, maybe less. I know I've done it 2, 3, probably, yeah, maybe 5. Let's say 5. Well, no, I had a reading with what's that main guy, the one that who just was talking about them. I said that the mom did a reading on me. That guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why can't I ever think of his name?
I remember.
I always
The
forget.
guy
But
that scribbles. The guy that scribbles.
no,
while
not
talking.
that one. That's the
Oh.
Hollywood one. No, I'm talking about shit. You would think he was gay, but he's married, and I can't think of his name. Shit. Anyways, I don't know why. You guys would all know him because he's like one of the most popular mediums out there right now. You know, white guy he has like a New York accent. You know. Anyways, whatever his name is.
I have to say, I'm like I've always.
CD.
No.
He's got a great New York accent. I love
Yeah,
it.
he does.
She said that you would think he was gay, but he was married.
One doesn't cancel out the other.
I have to say with the whole tarot card, I've always looked at it as kind of like it's almost to me as it's like reading your horoscope. You can find things in it, like whatever. But
Yeah.
I have to say, like I had an experience a couple of years ago, where I was not. There were things that were happening in my relationship that I wasn't ready to face or admit, and out of the blue, this friend of a friend was like, "Can I do a reading on you?" And I was kind of like, oh, "Okay, whatever." Like, I'll take it lightly. And we sat down, and he did this thing, and I got so uncomfortable because of the things that he said to me, because every single thing he said to me resonated in a way that made me, because it highlighted everything that I didn't want to focus on and didn't want to look at in my life right at that moment. And all of the things that he said came to fruition within the next 2 years. And they weren't vague. They were specific things. And so, I mean, I won't say that certain people aren't gifted. But that was one of those experiences that made me kind of, because I like to take everything lightly and with a little grain of salt, but that was an experience that I denied it, and I was like, no, he's wrong. And then when things came to fruition, I couldn't deny them anymore.
Yeah.
But
those ones are right, and those ones are always like hindsight. A lot of times is 20/20 on that stuff.
When I knew what he was saying was true at the time, I just wasn't ready to admit it.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, why can't I think of his name? I even tried to Google it. Just whatever. And as for you, Lewis, what about you?
Well, I've gone back to his before because he's one of the only real readings that doesn't look like they're taking info that's out there and putting it into their reactions. It almost feels like he's
genuine about his reading.
Yeah, as genuine as you could say when that's what they do. But what pushed me to believe that is the info that he was coming up with. If you go back to it now, there's things that weren't really mentioned as theories in 18 that he's hitting on.
Like Angela.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I wish she would do a fresh reading. All she did was recite the stuff from the first reading, and she was on with so many little things. I think if she did a new reading, more stuff would come out.
I didn't ask her, but because go ahead.
I respected that I'm sorry, Sonny.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought there.
I was going to say I respected that because everyone's going to have their own opinion on those things.
Yeah.
But I respected that she didn't do a new reading because I feel like that would have been something she easily could have done. But I respected that she said once she's done a case, she's done with it.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't ask. Like, meaning I would have loved for her to have done a new look with the Klein involvement, because she never did it. Like, obviously this was before the Klein involvement happened. I do talk with her and I throw her stuff, but I too would have been very skeptical of a newer read now, unless it was more to do with the Kleins, because we don't really know about that side so much. We've never heard her discuss that. But if it was about the Delphi stuff, right, because there's so many things been said now, she's aware of the case where she wasn't really aware of it so much at the time.
And Deb and I have talked about it too, as far as like, it's it's on YouTube. We've all talked about, it's, there's so much of these things that they can Google, and there's so many things that are publicly, found now. So to find like genuine, authentic things that aren't out there.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I would just like to probably, if anything, hear about like from the Kleins, since they were introduced. I read on them, not the shit that we already know that's out there, but just more of a like an overview on the involvement there. I'm
sorry, my outlook's a little bit different on what you're saying. My outlook is, if she did a new read, would be more information based on her first reading, not so much going into information that's now out there. Because I think that her reading was onto something, and there's so much that I think she'd come up with that isn't talked about.
Mm.
And when I think of a fresh read, I think of as new info that hits you with, well, wait a minute, no one's mentioned that before, and that does tie in.
Well, there were a few things that she did bring up in that live that she hadn't, that kind of came to her at that moment.
Yeah.
Now, in saying that, the whole reason why I asked Angela to come on is because her path was actually jaw-dropping to me, because that was the path I was on. So even though there's some details that are a little bit different, like for instance, how the BGs, are categorized, I believe are different, but the gist, pretty much most of her gist was pretty much the same thinking that I had been thinking, and have already kind of put the story together. So for me, when I heard her, she was the only true person for me that I was just like going, shit, like it's like someone's in my brain. That's how I felt, because everyone that knows me from before, Adam and Deb here, and Sunny Justice, knows that my pathway was always, KD, the Paladinos, Garrett Kurtz, Ashleigh Garth, all those people, whether or not they were like actually part of the actual murders is one thing, but definitely guilty knowledge.
Right. Can I ask you a question? And this is not to change the subject, so I mean, just to ignore me if but
is it
Lewis,
for Lewis?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Tom Webster, and have you seen his latest?
Yeah, I'm about 3/4 of the way through his latest one.
I've not watched any of it yet, but I know that his previous ones I've found very, I mean, they're really, really long, and he goes really, really in depth with all of it. So I just didn't know what your take on that was.
Well,
I like kind of how dry and sarcastic he is.
Yeah, he's got that sense of humor that you can take the wrong way if you don't know how to take it.
Yes, absolutely.
I can be guilty of that.
Yeah, he can use that passive aggressive way of attacking you without actually attacking you. If that makes any sense, I think he's dedicated in putting all that info in, and the time he puts into diving as deep as he does. But I also think that he can be a little sarcastic on what he's reiterating.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think he's dedicated.
I just personally feel like his information, I feel like I mean, you can tell he spends a lot of time.
I would have to say that I was happier with the earlier stuff. This last one that I'm not through yet, I think he's being more judgmental and putting his opinion in as opposed to the first one.
Okay. I've not
This
seen
one,
it.
yeah, this one he just he throws things in more like he's making his opinion and not just giving you the info, which I don't mind that either, because sometimes it opens up your eyes. But that's what this newer one is more, as opposed to the first one.
Okay. Sonny and Deb, have you watched it?
I watched all of 12 minutes. Of it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I plan on watching more because I mean, of course, at the 12-minute mark is when he kind of makes that whole cloudy injustice or whatever. I thought he said cloudy
Yeah,
justice.
he
So,
sort of slams her a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, it's
Yeah.
is that what?
yeah. So it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of like, and then he makes a comment and then says something like, was that a nice comment to say? Like, kind of like, so I had put a comment back on him and said, hey, it's sunny justice. Hope I'm not raining on your parade or whatever. Right. So
That's what you meant.
yeah. So at the end of the day, and then he goes, and he said, well, thanks for having a sense of humor. And then he goes, but it was cloudy injustice or whatever is what he said. And I was like, and then I said something back. So let me put it this way.
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched it. Sorry.
Yeah. So let me put it when it comes to his stuff, right? I mean, I like his stuff. The reason why I like his stuff, even though he's just put out like this is the second one, and the reason, well, I haven't really overly listened to it yet. I will, is because he literally is kind of reminds me of that book nerd guy that puts everything together, well organized. I am not that person. I wish that I could have a combination of him and me, because you got two totally different thinkers in a sense, but yet he lays out everything in a very well organized manner. What are you pointing to Deb over there? No, just kidding. Or yourself. So
You hate my organization.
you know what? I'm not an yes. It's not that I hate it. Nope. I'm just not.
I'm just teasing you.
Person.
I'm teasing.
I know, but Deb knows I can do a live YOLO, no problem. Deb likes to know what we're doing, what we're talking about, and I get it, right?
I like planning.
My twin sister would be the same way, but for Weber, we'll call him Weber. Tom Webster. Webster Tom, because so I can make fun of him. So I really just took that very lightheartedly. He can, because I come in going, look, I have a POI, did it. So to some people, they don't like that, and I don't care, because it's been my thing the whole entire time. I'm not about, like, I've backed off of talking about him for a long time, because it just, do you know what I mean? When you've done your homework, you found your target, you have your baseline, then it just becomes the other stuff. So for so many other people, they're still searching for a BG, plus they're trying to understand the other stuff. Well, that's where so it doesn't matter if the BG that I say is right or wrong to them, because it's about who's all involved and the bigger piece of the puzzle. That becomes what I want to know. I want to know the connections, but I say that I have a baseline, so he might not like something like that. Maybe that's his thing. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. Obviously, to kind of do that passive aggressive type of joke, dry sense of humor. But hey, was that a nice comment? You guys think that was a nice comment I just made for her? So I'm just taking it very lightheartedly, to be honest with you, because I appreciate the time and the work that he's put in to make a 4-hour video. I think I made a comment on my second comment that said, heck, you're keeping up with pretty much our lives here. Because ours are, hit 3-4 hours, of course. What? No, go ahead.
No, I asked that without knowing that stuff, because I haven't watched it. But you said something in the chat, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then I was like, "Oh, okay, now I get it."
So
I'm like,
at the end of the day, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, once you guys actually watch the rest of it, here's my feelings without scrutinizing him. He put out the first one. He was methodical with how he did that, and he was structured. And I think that it all went to his head. So in the second one, he's trying to put out more of his personality. And he's injecting different things in as it goes through. Once you watch it, you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
And I don't think they come over as nice as he thinks they do. I think he thinks he's being funnier than he is.
It's the dry
And,
humor thing,
and his humor doesn't come over right.
yeah.
But he even makes a point of explaining that if you listen, you're going to get my, intake and my comments on this. But if you don't want that, then just read this here. And then he goes on to say how, you'll be happier if you watch that. And then he goes into detail explaining how he doesn't want you to subscribe or like in this. He's like, I don't want you to get notifications when I post things because I'll be afraid that I'm waking you up. And, he's like over apologetic in a way of asking you to do it. But deep down inside, you think that he's doing it because he wants you to,
Yes,
like and subscribe and do that. But he's doing it in a way of telling you the opposite. And he's very easy to read at that point. And I think it's because he became really comfortable with the first one. And now you're seeing his real personality, but he's overdoing.
He did say, he did say that he did get a bunch of subscribers and different things. Hence he's doing a live and stuff. So I agree with that. I think he's a smart man, but and a very, very backhanded, sarcastic sense of humor that could rub people the wrong way. I'll have to listen to it myself before
I'll have to listen to it because
my own.
I've always taken it as dry and sarcastic, but never.
Well,
he puts a little bit more humor, but it seems like it's overextended in the second one,
right?
And it doesn't seem as natural, or it's his really natural snarky behavior, and it's coming out now. It's one of the two.
Right? Yes. Yeah. If I was just to go by my own personal gut feeling instincts, I call it gaslighting a little bit. I think I would say, where somebody is very smart, and they could like that he does know how to manipulate people because he is smart, and so I'm gonna take him as I don't feel like I'm seeing the real him, and maybe the real him is more coming out. I just take it as, again, somebody that knows how to work people in a sense, and yet by the same token, I feel like he's an absolute introvert as well.
I will have to watch this, because I've always just taken him as so kind of dry and sarcastic. I've identified a little bit of myself in him with the dry sarcasm.
Even like the nickname, he's given nicknames to Keegan Klein.
Oh, right. What did he call him? Kegi Nokia.
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Pinocchio.
Referring to him as Pinocchio, but Keganocchio or
Is anyone in the
because I've never seen the ill will in it.
You never.
But
in the which one?
It was just in his persona, but I've not watched this latest one.
I guess I'll listen to it, and I'm pretty sure because we do have very similar thoughts in a sense, like besides being you, Adam, me and Lewis over here. So I absolutely know exactly what he's saying, and I'll just listen to see myself because he's not planting a seed. Because I can obviously read people and that already.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if anyone in chat is watched it all, because it is 4 hours. Like our lives can be. Okay, but I'm just curious if anyone in chat. So I'll be interested to see where he hit points and where he's missing points. Now I do want to clear one thing up. Deb, it is even though it comes off distorted. Is it not December 6th that he, because he said December 20th of 2016 that Keegan Klein, hit request on Instagram. 26th. It's the 26th though.
26th.
Yeah, because I know it's that day.
That's what I thought.
Because when he said the 20th, and I can get why he said that, but I have the original somewhere, and I distinctly went and looked because it was deceiving. But when I tried to blow his version up, which he got from Fig Solves, but the thing is that to me he read that wrong. So obviously we can all make mistakes, but that should say December 26th of 2016, not December 20th.
And from what I know about him, he'll what I think. Did I see he's going to do 2 lives in September?
one in September, one in October.
And then knowing him, he probably will move on and not, because he's only, I mean, in the course of 4 years, he's only done 3 Delphi videos.
I only know of the one.
Yeah, the first one, and
He's
then
a
there was
few.
like a short second one,
Mm.
if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
And then he did Missy Beavers, which the Missy
Yeah.
Beavers one was really good.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was very well done. That was an interesting one to watch.
And I liked his. I guess I liked his approach, but I've not watched this newest one, so I'm not criticizing or disagreeing with anything anyone's saying because I've not seen it.
See, I don't mind it so far, but I look up things objectively, and I think that he was trying to either come over differently or he just felt more comfortable with his normal person. It's one of the two, but either way, it doesn't come over as straight-laced as the first one did.
I gotcha, and I get exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he, just to ask you, did he offer any thoughts about who he thought a POI possibly could pertain to, or
Not yet, and
That
I
would be
think he
doubtful.
mentions about not doing that. But
Yeah.
at the point I'm at so far, I think he makes it clear many times that he just wants to put information forward so that you can decide off of what he's come up with.
Right.
Yeah.
Sonny, who does this remind you of?
Watched about half. Love his snarky personality. Not so far. Very logical and easy to follow. Definitely not me.
Maybe I'm a little jealous.
Did I write that?
And also very logical.
It might be me. As I was like, maybe I'm a little jealous.
For me in my head, it's more. This is how I see it for myself. That I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to the digging of the BG and the pictures of the crime scene and the stuff around it. That's my forte. His forte is digging, putting things in a timeline. So even though they might be up here, they're all scattered in many different places. And after a while, you forget. So when you do hear it again in a more chronological order, and there's a couple things I've not known on there that he's shown. Like there's probably been more accounts than I thought that there was. Some newer ones that I didn't even actually know existed. So that's the part. So as it moves along, I'll know in my head where the truth lies and it's not. But then again, I'm just looking for any new information besides those far out fetched stories out there. I'm looking just for the new information that could apply, that might hit my ear. And so like I said, if I'm not his cup of tea and maybe I am, maybe he's just funny. I don't know.
Didn't he compliment us a couple months ago?
He'd have to comment. Yeah, he did. He'd have to comment saying something about good video. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to him, but because he doesn't really put out Delphi, So when he does, because I know that his work is done very well. Of course, I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to take out of it what I take out of anybody else's information, whether it's yours, Lewis, or anybody else's. I'll take it with a grain of salt, and if it's information that I'm looking to apply because it makes sense, then I'll apply it. But at the end of the day, there is a lot more information that I'm sure a lot of people saw that had no clue of all those other profiles going on as well.
Yeah,
maybe you guys did, but there's some there that I'm like, oh. Like I didn't sign up for Kik or Snapchat and all that. I have Snapchat, but I never used it when it came out because I just couldn't be asked. When my friend wanted to show me, I'm like, yeah, cool, okay. I never used it again from 2016 or something like that.
Just so you know, a little rundown here, and there's some things I've found by going on and going to some Google searches which gave information. Then I actually went in and did both to check them out. Meet Me used to be an app for like keeping track of your high school class and stuff.
Okay,
it was classmates.com or something like that.
Yeah.
And then it became Meet Me, which became a dating site, and it's morphed many times over the years. But back in 16 and 17, it was a way of finding people that were local, because it would actually show you how far away from you they were, and then you could, interact with them. And from what I found out is they would use that. And the reason I went on to that, and I'm not going to mention his name, but Sonny, you know who the gentleman is that was a POI early on that made a lot of threats.
Yeah.
He actually had a Meet Me account at that time, which was very odd because of his age. And his account was so old that when you Google Meet Me, his picture comes up as one of the advertisements for that site, which is very odd. Yeah. I think I sent Sonny a screenshot of that, but even right now it's on Google. If you put his name in and Meet Me, it pops up with his picture with the Meet Me account. But
are you talking about Gray Hughes?
No. This is the person I'm talking about actually made strong enough threats against different people that they stopped mentioning him altogether. But yeah, I get the humor in what you were saying. But yeah, no, this was an actual scary individual who put videos up, who had access to Ron Logan's property, if that brings the name into your mind. Has videos up on he took most of them down, but there's still videos up now where he says guys multiple times while he's at Hooters. But if you have that account, the transition account was Kick. And the reason Kick was the transition account is if you go into Kick, they actually have private chat rooms and public chat rooms that are very explicit. And that was definitely used for trading a lot of material back then, and for also catfishing people.
Yeah, there was no control.
Yeah, well, that site took over when they shut down the Craigslist.
Yeah,
and
the dating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and a person that used that quite often was, I forget her name, Sonny, but you know who I mean. We were talking about her the other night. She's connected to so many of these people. The one that was involved with the judge.
Oh, yeah. Kira.
Yeah. She was actually on that for a long time.
That's because they would solicit people that way.
Yeah.
Yes. Because Kick was like a protected thing. You couldn't trace anybody.
Right. And everything. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And some of those profiles are still up. That are mentioned in the transcripts.
Yeah, it's kind of scary what Kick was, and actually it still is, but it's not as bad as it was back then. Now there's people that are monitoring it, and they go in there and they'll actually try to catch people. But back then it was like an open void. Nobody was doing that. It was
it was the Wild West.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a very scary site to be on.
And that was also just the time of the internet there was no control over any of that.
Correct. And over time, I think that's what that yellow app. I don't know this for sure because I didn't think about it until she brought it up earlier. But now all of those different apps have that live streaming, and the company, because I know the people that owned Meet Me sold it. I don't know who bought Meet Me from them, but now all of those different dating sites all have live that all commingle into that same platform. So that might be where that yellow thing comes into play.
Right. Right. Well, because a lot of people don't even know that Musically, which Libby was on, is what became TikTok.
Yes. Now that's another one that was hard to do anything with because that was all based in China.
Yeah.
Trying to get records from them early on was not a possibility.
Right. They've become much more compliant, but because their servers, I believe, are in Switzerland now or the US. Snapchat, I mean, just this year added a feature where parents could monitor their children's activity on the app.
Now, one of my theories ties into what we just watched. From that reading, I don't know who comes to mind for you guys, but the judges who came to mind for me when I watched that back in 18. And back then I was looking into that pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Because he does tie into Palladino and Kurtz and all them.
Well, he ties into to the he definitely ties into the Paladinos, like meaning if you look at frickin' Judge Fouts, he's there as you
Yeah,
know, Mark Palladino's judge, Jason Palladino's judge,
yeah,
Bearcard's judge, Ashleigh Garth the 13th that day. He
yeah,
decides her case.
Mhm.
The weirdness that the mistress thought and about Judge Fouts, but he ties into that whole sex trafficking area.
yes,
So if there's corruption here, it's to me, it's because when this, especially when this whole Klein thing opened up, I bet you there's a lot of people that are shitting their pants
oh yeah,
that
I,
are
I agree with you there.
public figures. Um, and I mean, I've listened to what Tira has told me as well, and it just disgusts me when I think of it on just you don't even think that these the lawyers, mayor, whatever, judges, and all this. You don't. It doesn't even enter my head that all these people are dirt, like dirty birdies,
Yeah,
and involved in all this wicked stuff that's underneath. And yet, to me, that's going to come into play at some point. I don't know when. I don't know how. I just know that there's whether it falls into the attachment of this whole thing. I think at the end of the day, still, it's going to boil down to if money for sure, but uh, drugs and you know what? Um, after what I'm going to show on Friday, let me put it this way: if it's two things, and I that it becomes about revenge, and I cannot help but not think it somewhat does because of all the different attachments to that, right?
yeah,
Whether it's KD, whether it's the cryptic note, whether it's the thing from Nick Edwards, blah 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 blah. Um, it just really seems to me like there's this two-sided thing going on here.
yeah,
People that benefited, but it all will boil down to money. Money. Like money will be the ultimate reason, whether it was revenge based on stuff, but it will all the end big world thing to me is the money part of it all. Um, whether it was the fact that whether it was revenge towards Derek, and money owed and this when whatever did it money. That's all I
yeah,
see here was like money being the biggest factor. Um, and that's why I always think that that person on the bridge guy. I think that there was like a nice solid amount of cash in there for these broke asses. Um, to be honest with you, but again, when Friday comes, and that's when I'll be really interested in showing that stuff and the correlation that could be with the UBO. But definitely, it will give everyone probably that pause for thought to understand that. Well, we talk about a murder tape, and we know that this stuff has been said. I know that there's a camera on the BG's head, but when I show you what I'm going to show you on Friday, I think then more you'll be like, oh shit, like oh shit.
is that tie into that picture you sent me?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah. Because there's no denying what it is, really,
yeah,
you know, unless you were born underneath a rock or something like that. There's really no denying um, what that is. Actually, and what's like I said, there's other things I'm going to show too. And now that I'm thinking of something off the top of my head. Um, I don't actually believe that the Packer boots are what the BG is wearing. I've never really felt it because of that line thing and that kind of formation. I actually believe it's more, if anything, like a runner, some flat-footed boot runner, whatever. Um, because I actually believe now that it just dawned on me today, the BG. Okay, first of all, the Packer boots don't make sense because of my visual look at what the BG is wearing. There's nothing there that says it's like that uh, some rubbery type of boot. You can clearly see that there's some sort of lacing going on and the opening like you would do up with a boot or a
Like a
shoe.
work boot.
Yeah, like work boot. And every time when I first, I'm not sure what your guys' thoughts are, but when I first looked at the BG in his walk, all I could keep thinking in my head was that whatever boots he's wearing or shoes, they're flat. It's almost like a flat boot. Almost like if you wear a loafery type of boot, It was like it reminded me of a flat boot, not like it had heels on them, like some cowboy boots. It just reminded me of a flat boot. But when I started thinking about it and looking at a picture today, I was like, you know what? This isn't no Packers boot. This is that whiteness that's trimming. You know what that is? If okay, you guys like at least to my ability of looking at it, that's when somebody has jeans and then they have their cuff turns white from the washings. That's like because when I looked at say my POY, which is KD, and I was looking at his boots because he had the exact same things that I was looking for, but it just dawned on me at that moment that I'm like, hold on a second, that's in the same line. His pant leg cuff, like cuff. When I say cuff, like the end, not if you roll them up, but if you just leave them normal.
Frayed.
Yeah,
Almost.
no, well, not yeah, just more like they've just dissipated in color
Right.
from the washings, and it's creating almost like a white glow. But if you look at that, like if you look at KD's boot, regardless if it's KD or not, if you look at where his pant leg ends, and you look at the bridge guy, it's kind of like in that same spot, and that's when it really dawned on me. I was like, I never felt like they were the Packer boots, because it didn't seem like those were Packer boots that he was wearing just by looking at visually. It just seemed more like a flat-footed type thing. So that's my thought. So I want to go back to that again on Friday as well, and just go over that part. But anyways, that's all I have. I do want to wrap it up because my husband needs to go to bed. So Deb, do you have any final thoughts on anything, or she's probably tired? Deb?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Lewis for coming on and
Thank you.
sharing information with us and giving us an opportunity to ask him a lot of questions.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying hearing you and for others to hear you as well, to the things that we had talked about and plus more that you have said. It's been great.
Right.
Enjoy it.
It's always nice
Well,
to
thank
have a new friend with a channel that we can
Yeah.
throw ideas off of and banter back and forth to see what our thoughts are.
Well, I appreciate it. The same thing for me. It's just the way I analyze, I've got so many different directions to go in with, and nobody'd ever bounce that stuff off of because everyone else is always stuck on one possible scenario,
That's
and they're never open to look at anything you mentioned. They're blind, and that makes it rough. Whereas, I probably have so many off the wall theories that I've never mentioned to anybody. But then there's those key points that seem to come back to the majority of them. So that's when I just started rolling things out. But it's nice to be able to come out and talk with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
We appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Because if I keep looking at this closer, I have no problem ruling out the revenge side if I'm kind of not seeing that it's there anymore. I'm not at that point at all, but I am seeing a definite side to the whole Kagan Klein side of things, and right. And then if you plunk in Julian Powell in there too, it's kind of like because everybody knows everybody. It's just it's mind-boggling.
The connections just pop up. I've just never seen anybody analyze it the way I keep seeing it, and I just can't close my eyes to the fact that he's connected to them. He's connected to the Schatz neighbor. His business was blocks from their house.
And he's on the bridge.
He's on the bridge the day before. He has issues with child assault, and he's got some really weird out there theories on religion. If you've not followed him from 17 and 18, it might be more like you go into the lives that he did, where I think he just manipulated everybody with those interviews. But the stuff from before that is just so telling.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was going to say, let's see if we hear back from Alexa for Friday. Hopefully that goes on. Right. But even if not, even if you we'll see how Friday goes, but even if you have time on Friday to bring you back on, because we're going to be talking about the stuff that we've talked about privately. And I've shown you the pictures as well.
Yeah.
So see how that goes. I just want to hear back from Alexa to know if her, if her mom's okay and if she's going to be coming on for Friday. If not,
I'm free Friday if you guys want to run past, me with things and,
Yeah.
pick my brain. And I do want to say this because I meant to say it earlier, but we got changed. The reason I followed you from the beginning is because you've not veered off from your POI. Whether I agree with you or don't agree with you,
Right.
you've not changed your mind. I'm looking at things the opposite way, but you've stuck to what you believe is right. And I think that's why you get some of those comments, because people might not agree with you, and then they're not sure how to understand why you won't change your mind.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing to do.
I think so. Like, I honestly, I would not want to be known as one of those little flip floppers that
Yeah.
flip and flop as they hear different information. I will never change my POI ever. I have done the work for it. I'm done with it. Like, so if someone has an issue with that, then I can't help that, because I'm still here to talk with people regardless. It doesn't matter if someone doesn't believe that KD is the BG on the bridge that day. In my heart of hearts and my work, I've done it, but that's not the end all to be all. You see, this is a multi-purpose layer of different things going on here. It's not just the person on the bridge. He, to me, is a peon. He is part of it, but he is a peon. So it doesn't matter if it's somebody else. If someone wants to think it's freaking Ron Logan or whatever. I'm just looking at the big puzzle piece and why those girls were killed, who was involved. And like I said, so the pictures on Friday are going to give people a whole, I don't want to say a whole new, but I just mean they're going to be like, oh, damn. Because I love to dive into those pictures. I love to try to show people like, hey, look, this is what's at the crime scene. Okay, why would this be at the crime scene? Oh, look, here's another knife jagged into the thing, and I'll show you that as well on Friday. Like yet another, and I don't know my knives. I don't know if it's a freaking, like I don't know. Like I know it's a knife. I don't know if it's like a sword type knife or whatever you want to call it. But there's definitely, like this is going to be part of all the staging process. But anyways, I'm going to work on that stuff. Appreciate you coming on. And
Sure, thank you.
Yeah. And if anyone can please, and I meant to do it on this live, actually, if you guys could do us a favor, could you guys please hit the like if you haven't hit the like, but could you do me a favor or I should say not me, can you do us a favor? And could you possibly share it to your Facebooks or your Instagram, not Instagram, because I don't know how, does Instagram take lives or whatever?
Yeah.
But anyways, to your Twitter or whatever, could you guys do that for us? That would be amazing if you could do that. The whole point is to grow. And just to let you know, we're trying to work out a schedule here, but there should be another special guest coming on soon. A few guests actually. So we'll just, yeah. I always love meeting new people, hearing new things, and love people that really do care about the missing and the murdered. So
thank you.
That's all I gotta say. Thank you. Oh, interview tonight. You know what? Steve. All you need to do is listen to one person, and that person is Adam.
Actually, the only person you need to listen to is your wife, Steve, and she'll tell you who to listen to.
She'll tell you to listen to Adam.
Did you see my comment? I responded to Steve, and I said, Steve, from you, that's like a 5-star review.
Yeah. And if I could give you 6 stars, I would.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, if I can reiterate really quickly what Lewis said, one thing I've always admired about Sunny is whether you agree with her or not, it takes strength and fortitude to withhold the criticism she gets. And I've never understood why she's criticized in a manner that is so different than people that have other POIs that they hold true to. Like, why is Sunny feeling like Keegan Dunker is her POI so much more egregious to some people than Daniel Peters or or Ron Logan or anyone else? Yeah. I mean, all of these people, they have not been proven to be the BG, but for
Mhm.
some reason, Sunny's attacked on a different level with
Yeah.
her POI, and I've always felt like that was unfair. But I've always admired that
Yeah.
she doesn't give a shit and that she stands by it, whether or not people agree
I'm
with
Yeah.
her.
unbreakable. When it comes to my POI and
Uh-huh.
the reasons I'm doing this, I'm unbreakable. Nothing will pull me down, break me down for that. Again, people do want to attack me, like you said, Adam, for whatever reasons, because these people, there's like at least a 90 lister out there. Multiple channels have used more than one POI to bring up their names, to talk about them, and these names, they act like these names came from somewhere. Only a very small few came from actually, like maybe LE taking somebody in or checking them out.
Mhm.
People have created them well before I came along. Just because
Mhm.
I announced a new person along the way, obviously it's kind of one of those things, like person that cried wolf to me. But I know my reasons. I know my stance. I know who I am as a person. That part, nobody can break me. And at the end of the day, this becomes a fight for Abby and Libby, and no one can take that away from me. Nobody. So either you can agree or not agree with my POI, doesn't matter. But the information that I think that this channel provides is a lot of good quality information, and nice, smart, intellectual guests like Derek Farmer, like Lewis here, and Blaine has his side that he knows well. So it's all of that stuff combined that I think that makes us a really great channel.
Yeah.
And we have our different personalities.
Deb, what were you saying?
I was going to say, most of those people that do a lot of the criticizing are male YouTube creators. And they think that, oh, she's a female, I can push her around, but you can't push Sunny around. There's
No.
people you could ask about that lost channels and things like that. So no pushing her around.
Yeah.
Well, another thing
She'll
you'll
bite
notice
ya.
too is all of these people that do attack, and the ones that don't, they have their POI of the day, they fight it to the death, and then next week it's a different one. And if you're not on their bandwagon, you need to be shut out and don't talk to me, you're gone.
Right.
That's not the reason for doing this. That's the reason for making a video. No matter how much they say it's not for money, it's to monetize. Now, yeah, that's a benefit for people that put time in, but when they constantly beat that over your head and then prove themselves wrong, then you've got somebody that comes out like you, and you let people come on, you're open to different theories, you let them speak, you play things that might even not agree with your ideas of what's going on, but it interests you. And you keep the names and you keep what's going on active in the community with a different base of viewers. Your viewers are not just strictly, I'm here for Delphi. You've got a following,
Right.
and you bring more interest into it that people that are not aware of the case. I'll give you an example. Like earlier tonight, there was a link to a guy that came out with 2 Delphi videos. And in both Delphi videos, he says how Ron Logan died in 2020. I mean, nobody checks their information. They have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. Nobody cares about facts. They just want to go out there and get the views and be done with it, move on.
Right.
Yeah.
You hurt your views by staying on your point, but you allow everyone else to speak. And it gives a platform that's unhaltered.
Mhm.
Agreed. So
Well, I just want to say because I want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
I have one of the biggest hearts in the world. I absolutely do. But I also have one of the strongest backbones now. It's taken years to get to a point where you're just tired of the negativity. You're tired of people trying to bring you down. So that's where I get my feistiness, because at the end of the day, there's no need to bring people down. There's no need of it. But people constantly want to attack. And yes, like Deb said, it's always the males that want to attack the most. And again, like you bring me up against a male, then rawr. Because when I was younger, I was the tomboy, and you want to bring me up into competition, but you're not gonna defeat me at all, ever. Because again, I know I have one of the biggest hearts, and that's the reason why I'm even here in the first place. And all the time and effort that a lot of you guys out there, Deb and Adam, put in beyond our regular jobs or our life and stuff like that. Like, it's just countless hours. So that's something no one could ever steal from me. And either some people don't like my stronger personality, and I say tough titty to that one, just because again, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to ever be somebody I'm not. I'm always going to keep it real, keep it as honest as I can for the stuff that we can talk about, transparent, and just say my thoughts. I have a right to my thoughts or what to think, and nobody has a right to come on here or in the chat, even though no one's been really that bad at all, to sit there and go, hey, Sonny, like, this is what you need to do, or you can't say this, or you can't do that. No, I can say whatever I like. And other people, like I said, if anyone knows us, they know where our heart is. Deb and Adam know exactly where my stance is on PO, on the bridge guy or whatever. But again, they have their forum to think whatever they want, put whoever they want, because it's not about if I'm right or wrong. To me, this is about Abby and Libby and shining
Right.
justice, just wanting justice.
Exactly.
Like, it's ridiculous, right? Who else says tough titty? Right. Who says tough titty? Tough titty said the kitty, right? But anyways, I know my heart is what I deem as one of the purest hearts to have, because I've always loved helping people. And I think that there's a lot of other people out there in this world that should do the same thing a little bit more instead of being so self-absorbed, So that's what I think. And that's why it's great when people create channels, like Paige Turley, Blaine, anyone out there that's watching as well. Yeah,
100% agreed.
Thank you for saying that, you guys, though. And Steve, did you say how amazing I was before I go? I'll just wait for that comment. But no, thanks, Lewis and Adam and Deb. Like I said, for saying that. It does mean a lot. I do have what seems to be a tough exterior, but meaning because I care so much, it's still as hurtful at the end of the day. It does build up after a while, where you just want to lose your shit sometimes, because you just get tired of the constant attacks, because there's no need of it. There's no need for people to try to hurt each other. I don't get it. There's no purpose of it. So like I said, if you're going to come attack me, and I've said something back, I never attacked you first. I never did once.
Yeah.
Poor Sonny's.
One thing, and one thing we could learn from everything is just to use a little bit more kindness towards everyone.
Absolutely.
Right.
Unless you're batshit crazy, and then you're fair game. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Because honestly, there just is. There's batshit crazy, but most people. I just always wish that people would take a moment to think that I don't care if you're behind a keyboard or not. You always have to think of it like, if would I want someone talking to me like that? If I left a big rude comment, what makes you so high and mighty that you're this and other people are this? Everyone's the same. So just treat each other the same way, unless you're batshit crazy.
Right. It's one of the 10 commandments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's our preaching ceremony of the night. And then Steve,
if I could say one thing really quickly, unrelated. Karina McClurkin's birthday is September 26th.
Yeah.
And she would have been turning 19 years old. Wait, how old would she be turning? Oh my gosh. All right. Well, her birthday is going to be the 26th of September. There is going to be a private family ceremony being held on the 25th of September. If anyone wants to contribute flowers or anything to Jerry and McCurkin's side of the family, I can get you in contact with that, and I can get an address that you can have flowers sent to that day. They want to keep it private among the family only, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't, I'm sure, appreciate some sort of sign of love from everyone, because that family needs it, and they're going to need it even more in the next coming months, because they've got a hard road ahead of them.
Yeah, just some form of acknowledgement.
Yeah, so just even if it's just a prayer or a thought. Her birthday's the 26th. There is going to be a celebration of life on the 25th of this month.
What's that notification there on my Facebook? Go away. Go away. I am. Oh my God, it's still there. Okay, well, Roberta McCool. Sorry, you're. Oh, there it is. Let me get rid of it. There we go. Okay, I am going to share this one picture. I'm not going to tell you who put it there. Today. Yeah,
I know.
yeah. Who do you in chat quickly? Who do you guys think put this rock there on the Monan High Bridge? Just to ask you. Come on, just some wise people out there.
We'll give you a hint. It was not Greeno.
Definitely not Greeno. I just wanted to share it with you. There's some other pictures that I'll be sharing soon that I or chose not to show, and there's other ones that I've been asked not to show yet.
Right.
Huh?
Right, Sonny. Way to tease people there. I would think that those people would want to post them themselves.
Maybe.
Lisa, no.
Oh, definitely Shattered Mirror. Anyways, you guys can think about that regardless if you want to. Anyways, it's a beautiful rock. And Brad Heath, yeah.
Nope.
I think True Crime Web Steve snuck into Delphi.
That's the rock Brad Heath uses to throw at people if they come into his property.
Yeah. Anyways, so I just wanted to show you this beautiful rock.
By gorgeous people.
Yeah, and I just wanted to show you guys that. Yes, actually, it was Professor Plum, if I'm not mistaken, Derek. Yeah.
I heard it was the geocaching guy.
Okay. You think it was you think it was what do they call those people?
It was Flannel Shirt Guy and
the anthropologist. Oh yeah, definitely. You know.
Whoever it was, they're gone now.
Deb.
See, I thought it was one of the puppies that got out of the jacket.
What'd you say?
I thought it was one of the puppies that escaped from his jacket.
Oh, okay.
We're not sure that wasn't a deer.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, okay,
Right.
you guys, we're gonna bid adieu here, and you guys, we'll see you on Friday. It'll be a great live. Make sure you join us. Hopefully Alexa can join us, but even if not, it's still gonna be a great live. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Get your ass out of here, True Crime Web.
If you want to share my Facebook with them, if they've got anything that they want to ask me about or bring up before Friday,
I ain't sharing you.
And Derek, I'll give you an exclusive. That's one picture posted by someone, not 3 pictures put together.
Yes, this is,
and it's someone you're familiar with. All I'll say.
Yeah, I feel like that rock's not real. I think it's transported there from an alien ship thing. No,
That's Pareidolia.
Yeah.
That rock is Pareidolia.
I'm not putting your Facebook out for everyone to browse that.
So. No, I meant for them.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, if there was something that they wanted to see if I had info on before Friday.
Yeah.
That way I've got time to dig it up on that other tablet I've got.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll let you come into one of our groups. No, I don't know. I don't feel it yet. Okay. No. Okay. Anyways, you guys have a great night. We're going to take off now. Thank you for joining us tonight. Sorry about the mix up at the start. That was Deb's fault. Definitely not mine. Take care.